This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, the time is 7:04. We're going to begin the meeting. Tonight we're going to start with the Owego host team presentation and then move on to their items on our agenda before INHS housing. Done. Oh, and I just want to state the meeting rules before we begin. Our rules for tonight are to raise your hand and wait to be called on. When it is your turn to speak, please state your name and address. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. You will be prompted at 2 minutes and 30 seconds so you can conclude your statement. After everyone has had a chance to comment, if you wish to make an additional comment, you may. There will be a 2-minute time limit on that comment. Everyone will be respectful to those speaking. Do not disrupt the speaker. If you become disruptive, you will be asked to leave. If there are any presentations and you have questions, you must raise your hand and wait to be called on to ask the presenter. Once the public hearing is closed and the board is deliberating, no one from the gallery will interrupt. If you do, you will be asked to leave. Go ahead and start with your topic.
Okay, how's everybody doing tonight? I don't know if I need this. I do? You sure I need this? Okay, you say so. All right, so Owego host team, we have to go through a public hearing process. Huh? Oh, okay. So we'll represent our plan for our steamer house project. Tentatively located next to Station 2 on North Avenue, adjacent to the DRI Art Park project. Mike Haas is here with Delta Engineers. And we're going to go through, we need to do, and Mike will speak to the short form seeker assessment. We've also filed answers and to the questions for variance for floodplain, correct? So for those of you that don't recognize the space, this is the existing Firehouse 2 on North Avenue. This is the Steamer House project site, which was the old Lloyd's Barbershop. So I don't know where you can get a short haircut in this day and age, but Lloyd's gone. So again, we're here tonight to talk because there's we need a variance for floodplain elevation, correct? So this is adjacent to the art park, and Mike House will go into a little more detail what that is. The steamer house will house the 1866 steamer that's being totally refurbished and renovated in New Hampshire. It'll allow, in conjunction, obviously, we believe there's a lot of benefits for not only the project overall, and I would just refer to, we just finished a very successful project with the renovation of the fireman's statue in the courthouse square. That was fully funded. By the way, this is no dollar back, nor was the fountain project. That was all paid for by in-kind services from a lot of business owners through donations, and the money all raised by Owego host team. And also, I always make a point with that project, we're also to take on the responsibility, although we're not obligated to do that, long-term maintenance. Sometimes projects happen and nobody really looks out and says, who's going to take care of it? So that's part of what we did with the fireman's statue, is we actually pay services for snow removal, for mowing, for cleaning, and all that. That's all paid for by Owego Host Team Inc., which is a not-for-profit organization. In turn, this project, the same scenario, no tax dollars, in-kind, a lot of in-kind services from different business owners that were part of the Fireman Fountain Project, as well as donations, so it'll be fully funded and no tax dollars spent. So economic impact, obviously, to continue the enhancement of North Avenue as businesses, good in conjunction with the fire department to help promote volunteerism. Number three, because it'll be a steam engine refurbished, it'll be fully functional. We've created a partnership with OFA, the students, to teach and be able to come and see how steam engines work before we all forget that there was steam engines. So that's in conjunction with that project, as well as access for the steamer to be involved in taking it to shows, taking it to parades, being stored and to be visible at all times. Mike will go on more detail what the building looks like. It'll be glass enclosure. There'll be an internal memorial flame that'll be part of the project to recognize what we all do, and that's recognize those in the line of duty that have passed, and also a constant memorial for those who serve us every day, as well as big thing about North Avenue. I've lived here all my life. The big thing about North Avenue is we get a lot of traffic that goes through the village of Owego, but it doesn't stop. And there's always been studies done, master plan after master plan, is how do you stop people, right? And be able to gain that tourism, those economic dollars, et cetera. And we believe this will be a very, in its location that we've decided on, or be able to do it here, that it'll be that eye-catching thing that will stop people. And once you stop them, obviously, there's the benefit that they'll visit other places and shop. And people are pretty in tune with things that are involved with police and fire. So we think economically it'll that's kind of the side benefit of what we're doing. It's really to restore history, no different than found in the 1900s, 1866. And by the way, the village is the original owner of that piece of equipment. I think they paid $1,200 in 1866. So you can put that in perspective with real dollars today. It was a very sizable investment back in 1866. It was collecting dust and it really needed a lot of work. And we were very fortunate to find a company in New Hampshire, bless you, that was willing to take on the project. They were kind of excited when they saw it. And we got a pretty good expert doing that. It's a gentleman that works with Jay Leno to do a lot of his restoration. So we got pretty lucky. So maybe we can get Jay Leno to come and do a ribbon cutting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike Haas.
Thank you, John. As John mentioned, I'm Michael Haas. I'm a Director of Landscape Architecture at Delta Engineers. And pull my mask down because I feel I sound muffled. And we're working with Steve McElwain Engineering. Steve is sharing some of the load with us. We're doing these services pro bono. Steve's responsible mostly for the structural design of the building, the utilities as well. Do you hear me? Everybody hear me okay? Yes. Okay. I'm just going to walk you through the site plan very quickly here. So obviously we're on North Ave. Here's the fire station, firehouse number 2. The lot is adjacent to it, as John mentioned, and the art park is north of the site. We looked at half a dozen options actually on this site because we have a number of challenges with this building in that it's going to house both the steamer and the other structure. 38 Sanford, thank you. The steamer is 4,500 pounds, and it was meant to be pulled by hand. It takes anywhere from 8 to 12 guys, depending on their age and their strength, to pull that thing in and out of this building. The elevation is obviously a consideration and concern here. We set the finished floor elevation so that we can create a driveway that has a gentle enough slope. The driveway is long enough in this orientation where we're coming out of the building parallel to North Avenue so that we can accommodate moving that steamer in and out. It will be loaded onto a trailer, and in the space between Firehouse 2 and the steamer building, we provided a storage area behind the facade of the firehouse, and certainly behind the facade, the North Ave facade of the steamer house. to store the trailer. Pickup truck could easily back into that, hook onto the trailer, and get over there in the event that they got to load it onto a trailer. For the most part, that's going to be moved in and out by hand into that one of those garage bays on the north side of the building. Again, if we flip the building around, we faced it towards North Ave, you have much shorter driveway length, if you will. And that building, the way it sits now, it's a good 1.5 foot above the road and the sidewalk. That would be a pretty steep driveway coming in and out. It wouldn't allow enough room really to stage the steamer. You'd have a vehicle parked in front of it. If you did pull it on a trailer, that would be sticking out into North Avenue. So obviously that orientation doesn't really work. The host team was successful in gaining this extra space here so that we can expand in the northerly direction, get the driveway in there, and allows them to bring it out, clean it, stage it for outdoor events. They've been talking a lot about having the students involved in this as history lessons and so on. The structure itself is about 24 by 24. It's going to have windows, so it's basically a trophy case for these two vehicles that'll be displayed. There'll be some lighting in there. All the utilities coming into the building are underground, so they're safe from any kind of flood. Any utilities in the building are up in the ceiling. Building's not occupied, so it's not a risk to health and safety in the event of a flood, for example. And it'll have a presence. It's going to have a bell tower. I believe the bell is in the process of being restored currently, and that'll be placed up in obviously up in the eave of that building, and that'll be very visible. And then out on the front of it, there's going to be a paved plaza with some benches, and there's going to be a memorial, an eternal flame memorial. It'll stand anywhere from 10 to 10.5 feet tall. It'll have a brass cauldron at the top, which will have a flame that'll be burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that flame will be very visible, certainly at night, at dusk. And we intend to make that a large enough structure so it's visible and has a good scale in terms of the space. It's going to be mostly clad with bluestone, like a veneered bluestone exterior. It'll have a trapezoidal shape. Our drawings show that. It'll have some inscriptions in some of the bluestone near the base. It'll be very accessible by the public, and it'll be used obviously for different types of memorial events. But the intent here is to put it front and center as a visual element, very artistic-like, and it'll help enhance really the gateway, the northern gateway into Owego, which is, I guess, part of the comprehensive plan, part of your vision, part of its fit as a land use, as a different type of use here in an area of North Ave that has a variety of land uses already. Just to kind of walk you around the site, on the back side, obviously the site tapers down slope about 8 feet. So we're going to terrace a retaining wall there. The wall will be stepped in about 2-3 foot increments. There'll be a fence that'll be mounted, a decorative fence on the top landing, if you will, from a safety standpoint. That block is locally made. It'll have a stone face exterior to it, even though most people won't see it because it's behind the building and below grade, essentially. The top row or the top landing of the wall will actually turn, make 2 turns towards North Ave. As we get up closer to North Ave, it basically blends into the slope. So it'll go from 3 feet to 2 feet to 1 foot to nothing up at this end. But it won't be tall enough where we need a fence along that leg of the wall, any kind of fall. There's a pretty good landscape buffer you can see with the green between the pavement and the fence or the top of the wall. We did share our plans with the students from Cornell that are working on the art park concepts early on. One of our recommendations was that if they continued using this block and built out the amphitheater in the art park, I haven't seen any of their latest plans, but there's the potential that they can build that amphitheater with the same type of material. So we're trying to be complementary, if you will, to their plans and what some of the program was for the art park with this site. If that doesn't happen, then that grade just tapers down as a grassy slope. Still works in terms of the art park concepts. It'd be a nice planting bed in the front, right off the driveway, and around the entire building will be stamped concrete pavement that looks more like a cobblestone. Now where people can walk around the building and look at both the Sanford and the steamer from different directions if they're in the building. The finished floor elevation of the building, I'm going to flip this drawing down. If you can see in the cross section, again, here's the steamer house with a big bell tower. This is North Ave on the right side of the sheet as you're looking at it. This is the Eternal Flame Memorial in that paved plaza. Got the window cladding on the exterior of the building. On the back side, a little bit of a pavement apron, a little bit of planting bed to the fence, and then the terraced wall down to the property behind it. So you can see elevation-wise, we're sitting higher than the sidewalk in the street. We're 6 inches below Firehouse 2. Firehouse 2 was not inundated with any floodwaters in 2011, and that was, I believe, a 500-year storm event. This building will have foundation lines basically will be raised about 2 feet or so above grade, and they'll have vents built into it. So those vents are automatically opened and closed, from hydrostatic pressure. As water builds up outside the building, the vents will open, allow water to flow into the building, basically to even out any pressure on the structure itself, and to provide additional volume, if you will, for water storage, flood water storage. In the event of a flood, these 2 vehicles will be removed, probably to higher ground. If there's that type of flood that's going to be imminent, they'll have the ability to get them out of there. If they do sit up off the floor, I forget what the wheel height is, John, on the steamer itself. It's pretty tall.
Yeah, that was 6 feet.
Yeah, but the
Wheel height 6 feet.
wheel height is 6 feet, but maybe to the bottom of the carriage,
Bottom of the steamer is 2 feet up.
couple feet. Okay, so again, we're should be high and dry even if the steamer was in there during a flood event. But tonight, really, our focus is the site plan. You're the planning board. You're going to look at that in terms of its function and its placement on North Ave. As a land use, as a different type of use, almost like a museum, if you will, on this lot. It's been a vacant lot for a while. Again, it's a gateway. This becomes a really nice, well-maintained, interesting building. It'll be pretty well lit, have a nice memorial out front, and become a kind of a beacon, a beautiful centerpiece as the gateway to the village. So that's the first thing. And then the second item we got to review is obviously the environmental review, which you have tonight as well. We're here to answer questions and provide more detail if necessary. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for John or Mike?
I do.
All right, so we're gonna open the public hearing now at 7:24. And go ahead, Fran.
What is the second vehicle that's going to be in the building? All I heard before was the steamer.
Yeah, it's a 38 Sanford. Fire truck.
That's been in the village.
It's been here for a while and I believe it's, back from him, I believe it's been stored over in either Central or Station 2.
Okay.
Both of them kind of, there was people who were very, very interested in it at one point in time. Some of the older firemen have now passed. That were involved in keeping the steamer up to date, as well as the Sanford. And then what happens over time, people tend to shove those things to the back. They collect dust, they deteriorate, and again, that's our objective. It's part of our mission statement for the Owego host team. Besides the competitive stuff we do, is to keep and maintain those things that are near and dear to multiple generations before us, so that we don't forget it. And we lose that opportunity for that history and people to be able to see kind of how we used to do it in 1866 and how we do it today. Does that help you?
One of the other items I wanted to bring up was when we looked at the site and we had to determine the finished floor of the steamer house, we had to look at how deep the footings are going to go for this structure. These 4 feet below grade, be deep enough for frost. We want to make sure that the footings sat on virgin soil, basically existing soil. But again, the site slopes across the back. We therefore have to fill some of that site with a native soil, okay, granular material. We want to make sure that the footings sat on native ground versus on the fill. Fill will be well compacted. We've already lined up some compaction tests to be done when the retaining wall is being built and the fill is being installed primarily under the floor slab and certainly to support the pavements around the structure itself. So again, that's what kind of predicated us setting the elevation and establishing the finished floor of the steamer house.
Any other questions?
I have my hand up even though I'm not visible. This is Lori Young.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Is this site going to be promoted as part of our wonderful historic tourism in Owego? I was so impressed with this plan, and I was just wondering if it's going to be included in tours and things like that so people truly can see that steamer. That steamer is so rare and it's such an asset to our village.
I can only answer, I hope so.
Okay, I hope so too. It's gorgeous.
I had a quick question just on the fuel for the eternal flame.
Yes.
It's gonna be gas. Oh, okay, because I was wondering with
Yes.
the pandemic and everything. Yep. With your supply, that, if things get a little out of hand economically, that increase the cost of gas.
Well, that's why I always qualify up front, both the right fireman statute as well as this project, right? Number one, fully funded by donations otherwise, and maintained long-term as part of the long-term plan that's maintained by Owego Hosting Inc. and no impact to the taxpayer, but we're always welcome for donations.
Right, yeah. They can't go up.
Oh, no, you can make the donations as large as you like.
John?
No. You can still, we have a lot of opportunity to buy Bell stock. So you can actually, you can go to Owego Host Team Inc. website, and I think that also helps you. We encourage you to go out there and see what we do. There's a lot of things that we do. This is just kind of a mission thing, more near and dear to it. I can never get through these things without thanking Pat Gavin, a native family of Owego that's tremendously loyal to his community. The family's very loyal to the fire department, and his father was someone who died in line of duty. So this is very near and dear to him. So, before we were 100% done with the fireman statue, he had another idea. And we're afraid when we get about 98% done with this project, he says there's one more. We're not quite sure what that is. But we owe him and his family a tremendous debt of gratitude that we don't lose this history and what this project's going to do. You know, to us, the bigger thing is young students right in school to understand steam engines, that project and that partnership. So, you know, we're touching a lot of things. Yeah, we're preserving history, but we're also trying to incorporate the economics, the education, and the other part is we all know, or you may not all know, right? Volunteerism in a lot of things is just disintegrating, and the fire service has taken a tremendous impact. The qualifications now to become just a volunteer fireman is far more than it was when I did it 35 plus years ago. Before it was kind of help out your neighbor, kind of did a few things and you can fight fires. Now it's a much more comprehensive thing, and less people stay and support. And it's a big issue. So we're also hoping that will entice people to come visit and younger people to consider volunteering. I don't know, can I go? You're in charge.
Go ahead. Your name?
Matt Lava, what's the address to the website, John?
Owego Hose Teens Inc.com.
Thank you.
I'm not really concentrating on the building tonight, but I do have a rendering of what the team building will look like if like that to pass it around.
Mayor?
This question is for Delta. Right now, one thing that the board is considering is compensatory storage clause in our flood mitigation law. Would that affect, I know you mentioned Phil, would that affect this project and the site?
To a small degree, because we do have to fill in order to bring up grade to level it off the building. There's a small, if you will, a small triangle of space between the existing grade and what the finished grade of the building will be in order to level that off and then backfill between the, or behind the walls. But that, you know, that darker line is the existing grade. So it's over here, you can see this. So it's the existing grade, this is the new grade, and it steps down, which will be the existing grade at both ends. So the maximum fill under the slab is probably going to be around 2.5 feet. We're trying to balance out as best we can by sloping the driveway a little steeper. And in that little green space, the planting space in front, we're going to direct some of the stormwater runoff to that, turn it into more of a rain garden, where it's more of a depression. We can take, we can dump some of that stormwater into the ground, get it to infiltrate into the ground versus running out into the storm basins in the street. So we're doing what we can from a stormwater standpoint. We don't have to, small enough of a property, but just being good stewards and also helps us defer a little bit of that excess fill. And we can calculate that, we can sort of give you that, those parameters, what we're talking, you know, well under 100 cubic yards, for example, not a big area. And again, the building itself will be able to store flood water if the flood waters get up that high.
Okay, thank you.
Could that fill be taken out of the art park?
That's a good point. It could be balanced. I mean, we don't own the art park, the village does.
Village does, yeah.
And that could be factored in as part of the design program for the art park. So whoever ultimately designs the art park will have to be given that parameter to say, okay, let's try to design the park so that you can remove some of the material that's in there and you can reshape it so that it balances out with any additional fill that's factored into the steamer house property.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that art park is gonna flood anyways, so I mean,
Yeah, it's a big hole in the ground.
yeah, so I
And
mean,
that's an advantage. It really
Right.
does. It holds, you know, tens of thousands of gallons of flood water, even in a smaller flood, it's a low point. So if we can offset that, that would be an opportunity certainly to look into.
Right.
Any other questions for them?
One more.
One more.
What's the nature of the variance you're looking for?
Pardon?
What's the nature of the variance you're looking for?
I guess you would call it
You're
floodplain regulation.
I'll let the legal guy answer.
Great, John. Great.
So under the Owego code, for this type of building, either the building has to sit above floodplain elevation, or it's supposed to be flood-proof up to floodplain elevation. What their plan does, so first the building sits below floodplain, and then they're not going to flood-proof up to elevation. Instead, they're going to use the floodgates to let the water into the building. And so the variance is, you can either look at it as variance to the height or variance from the, floodproofing. But that's effectively what it's for, is those requirements are in the code.
Thank you.
Yep.
And there's two sections of the law that we have to address through the variance, and that's 11719 and 11720. So we've submitted the responses to the board. I think everybody got them. In answers, as best we can, those two sections for their consideration.
Are those your answers?
Oh, sure. I brought it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna close the public hearing at 7:36.
Sure.
Good idea.
You get your stuff, so.
I got one more set. Going, oh, there. The last cent's $1.59.
I have $2.
We'll take all donations.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm gonna remove this,
Please.
vacant.
Please. Okay, so as a board, we're now going to review Seeker 1 before we move on to Seeker 2, which is our part. So applicant has put in their seeker, but we did not receive a copy of it. So I have their hard copy. So I'm going to read their answers to it. Question 1. Does the proposed action involve the legislative adoption of a plan, a local law, ordinance, administrative rule, or regulation? If yes, attach a narrative description of the intent of the proposed act and the environmental resources that may affect the municipality. Their answer is no. Does the proposed action require a permit, approval, or funding from any other government agency? They said yes. Because they need the flood permit and the variance. Three, is the total acreage of the site proposed action. 0.18 of an acre. Total acreage to be physically disturbed, 0.15 of an acre. Total acreage, project site, contiguous properties owned and controlled by the applicant is 0.18 of an acre. Check all the land uses that occur or are adjoining or near the proposed action urban, because it's village located down there. Number 5. Is the proposed action A, permitted under zoning regulations, and B, consistent with the adoptive comprehensive plan? They have marked yes for both.
It's still permitted use. So if they're allowed to do it, but they have to go through. Questions about.
Okay.
Right.
Is the proposed action consistent with the predominant character of the existing built or natural landscape? Yes. Is the proposed action located in or does it adjoin a state-listed critical environmental area? No. Will the proposed action result in a substantial increase in traffic above present levels? No. Are public transportation services available near or at the site of the proposed action? Yes. Are any pedestrian accommodations or bicycle routes available near the site or the proposed action? Yes. None. Does the proposed action meet or exceed the state energy code requirements? No. Will the proposed action connect to an existing public or private water supply? Yes. Will the proposed action connect to existing wastewater utilities? No. Does the proposed site contain or is it substantially contiguous to a building, an archaeological site or a district in which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places or has been determined by the Commissioner of the New York State Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation to be eligible for the listing on the State Register of Historic Places? No. 13, does any portion of the proposed action or lands adjoining the proposed action contain wetlands or other water bodies regulated by a federal or state or local agency? No. B, would the proposed action physically alter or encroach into any existing wetland or water body? No. Fourteen, identify the typical habit types that occur or on or are likely to be found on the project site. And their answer is because it's the village. Does the site proposed action contain any species of animal associated or habitats listed on the state or federal government threatened or endangered? No. Is the project site located in the 100-year floodplain? Yes. Will the proposed action create stormwater discharge either from point or non-point sources? No. A, will stormwater discharges flow to adjacent properties? No. Will stormwater discharges be directed to established conveyance systems, runoff, storm drains? Yes. 18, does the proposed action include construction or other activities that would result in the impoundment of water or other liquids? No. Has the site of the proposed action or an adjoining property been the location of an active or closed solid waste management facility? No. Has the site of the proposed action or adjoining property been the subject of remediation, ongoing or completed for hazardous waste? No. So that is part one of the seeker answered by the applicant.
I have another copy. This one was digitally signed by Gavin.
That's what the one you gave me is signed by Pat as well. So we're good. Part two of the seeker.
Before we jump to part two, does the board have any comments or discussion on part one that was submitted by the applicant?
I do not. Okay. Part two, question one. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations?
No.
Everybody in agreement? Will the proposed action result in the change in the use or intensity of use of the land?
No.
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
No.
Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of the critical environmental area?
No.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect the existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walking?
No.
Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate a reasonable available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities?
No.
Will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies? No. Shouldn't. And they're not going to be using wastewater facilities, so that would be no. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, or architectural or aesthetic resources? No. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources? Examples are wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna. No. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? If it does, it's going to be small.
Increase. No.
Will the proposed action create a hazard to an environmental resource or human health?
Can I just stop for the last one? It seems like it's such a simple solution to, if it's 100 yards of fill, it's nothing. So Mike, if you can just make that calculation, then can we put in this plan that since the village is in control of the art park, and to just move a couple truckloads of dirt out of the art park is completely a no-brainer. And then this is a zero impact proposal.
So the issue with that is, we can only consider the site as has been presented to us, and this site is separate from the art park site. And so saying, you're going to condition the art park site to have that fill removed from it when it's not part of the site that's been applied for, we can't really do that. We can't affect other parcels or other sites that aren't before the board.
So how do we do that?
Can I ask you a question? Sure. But if the projects were to kick off at a similar time and be completion, it doesn't restrict, right, the ability for that to occur.
So to do it, you would need basically the art park and Owego to submit an application together with the combined sites. And then, yes, you could apply that condition to the whole site versus just the specific site we're addressing tonight.
So then it makes
You
your
tell the art
project,
park people to hurry up.
but it makes your project contingent upon their project then.
No, I'm just saying.
So we're getting the fill from the village, but it's coming from another location. So, and that fill is currently being tested. So the village has a creek fill, which either Steve or Mike can comment on, is ideal for what we're trying to do. So the village has already agreed to give us that fill free of charge, and that is what we are planning on using.
And then the earth of the art park is probably not appropriate contractable. Is that right?
Well, the testing we're doing right now will dictate if what the village is already giving us will meet the criteria. It was delivered to the testing site on Friday. We should know, I assume, in a couple of weeks. If we need to pivot and look at other options, we will, but that is the current plan as of today.
We don't know what's under the art park, but let's assume it's native soils.
It's right. It's
And
not.
that would be suitable in places, for example, behind our retaining wall. And not, I don't want to put it under the slab because I
Right.
don't know what it is. We want to bring in more suitable granular material that's made for that and will allow us to get a rate of compaction that we need to put for, for the building slab and pavements. But we could consider using some of the Art Park soil and do a one-for-one trade-off.
Where I think that would be, I mean, it's a really tiny amount.
Right.
It's a single family home type amount, but I think as good stewards of the floodplain, it behooves us and this board to be good stewards of the floodplain. And so if that fill where it's, amenable to the flower beds could come from the art park, that would probably accommodate half of whatever of what you're bringing in. So if that could be explored, I think that would be the appropriate.
So to put that out there, effectively, if that's how you want to go, it would require submitting another site plan with the art park. And it would delay, obviously, any approval from this board for the site plan as well as the approval of any variances.
You would basically have to start over.
Oh, we don't want to do that.
So, but,
Can't make that condition.
yeah, I mean, if you're just saying, I just want to pull a little bit of dirt out of the park, it has nothing to do with the plan of the park. It's just saying, I'm gonna pull dirt out of this, it's irrelevant to your plan, you're gonna be moving a ton of earth anyway, many tons of earth.
Correct.
So why would that necessitate an art park?
Because you're forcing their project to now be contingent on the art parks project,
No,
which means that they have to now apply together. And the art park has to agree to cooperate with them. They have to agree to cooperate with the art park. Therefore, it effectively ends their project right here, right now. And they have to start over with the art park.
so what I'm saying is, I'm not asking that to be incorporated into the design of the art park at all. Right now, the art park is just a whole bunch of empty space. So it's just saying, instead of sourcing X yards of creek bed, I'm gonna source X yards. I'm just changing the source of the earth, because it's not an art park now. It's just a place I can take dirt from. So I don't understand why that would necessitate that. All he's doing is saying, I'm changing my source of.
So they can change their source of dirt if they want. The issue with making a condition is, one, if the art park says, no, we don't want you taking the fill from our site for whatever reason, then they can't meet one of their conditions and their site plan effectively fails because they can't meet that condition. The other issue is that, if the idea is to remove the soil from the art park, with the idea there being some offset into, the amount of land that's available for flood purposes, the art park could then go and apply to the board and say, well, we want to put in our own fill for this. And the board can't do anything. It's going to be difficult for the board to work around that because we can't condition the art park on keeping those areas unfilled by putting a condition now with a separate parcel that isn't part of the complete plan. The issue is really that there's the fact that they're two separate parcels and they're not linked, and you're trying to condition one with the other when it's not before the board right now, makes it difficult to craft conditions that you can effectively enforce against each parcel.
Can I get a clarification from Pat Gavin on the part, because there's 3 parcels that make up the parcel for the Beamer house. And 2 of them are actually within the boundary of the art park, at least the original boundary of the art park. Is that correct, Patrick?
So there's the former barber shop property just north of Owego Fire Station number 2. I believe that's parcel 1 you're talking about. Parcel 2 would be the former apartment building that was north of Owego Station Fire Station number 2 that burnt in the early 90s. And then in addition to those 2 parcels, the Arts Park Planning Group, or whatever you want to call them, gave us an additional 30 I believe it's 30 feet north of that second parcel. So you're correct in stating there are essentially 3 former pieces going north from Owego Fire Station number 2. First being the old barber shop, the second being the former apartment building that was there that burnt down, and then the third being that chunk of property that goes up to it basically goes up to that existing telephone pole there, which if you look at our plans, the driveway curves and cuts right before that telephone pole.
So is that property effectively in the art park? Or is that property that's being conveyed or purchased or handed to, traded off to the hose company? In other words, can we use that parcel, balance our cut and fill in that parcel?
But we have an agreement to use up to the telephone pole for whatever purpose. Based on, that's the site plan reflects that.
So if we can adjust our grading perhaps to offset the fill in that northerly portion of our plan, that could be a challenge for us, but it might be possible to offset that. If that's an issue, it sounds like it might be an issue.
I mean, really, again, we have the fill lined up from the village. It is creek fill. We believe it to be at the compaction rate that we're going to need to hold up the building. The fill is being donated to us by the village. It's all lined up to happen. The fill is being tested. I think that is our preference and the best case scenario for us.
Yeah, I think the issue here is the volume. If what we're bringing in exceeds what we're taking out, it's perceived as filling in the flood zone, albeit it might be a small amount. It really doesn't hit the scales in the DEC's eyes in terms of any kind of permit, but we're still filling to some degree in that flood area, in the floodplain, in the flood zone. And so if we can offset that, obviously that's part of our challenge. We probably can't offset 100 yards, but maybe half of that, possibly. You have a question?
Well, I just want to make a comment. Both the property where the steamer building is being built and the art park are all owned by the village. So if the village decided to donate fill, what difference would it make? As we own the property. Excuse me, the village owns the property.
My question is, suppose they get digging into the art park and come across an artifact. Then you got SHPO involved, and this could tie it up for a long time.
Yes, that's another potential issue with conditioning the bill on.
Yeah, all I'll say there is time frame, right? No guarantee on time. And we have this steamer.
It's just the board and the contractor.
Yeah, and the steamer's in the process of being finished and renovated. The last thing you want to do with that piece of equipment, that's a tremendous investment, right? Is have no place to put it and then end up being, right, in a condition that you don't want to take it back and having to redo it. So timing, right? Timing is, we're affected by timing. I have no idea. I'm not sure any of us do. When the art park will happen and if it happens and when it'll happen. But to Mike's point, right, we'll take whatever considerations we can, but to the lawyer's point, right, can't condition someone else's parcel on your project or the whole thing. And this is neither one of them goes anywhere.
It sounds like that's not even really an issue since there's additional land right on the site. And I mean, compacted fill obviously has to go under the building. it would just be the flower bed area. But if that could just be slightly regraded and take some of that off of the land owned by this project, that would be how to be a good steward of the floodplain. That doesn't seem like it would impact our ability to approve at this point in time, because it's all within the property limits of.
Right, and I understand your point of view and I understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to explain is that if you make this a condition in our decision for them, their project effectively dies unless they can partner with the art park and get them to agree to the
No,
film.
with all due respect, I'm just talking about, they're just redistributing land on the land of the firemen, not the art.
They're shifting soil and, fill within the site.
Within their own site.
That would be okay, but at least for purposes of finishing up the seeker piece, does the board agree that, whether it's, putting that condition on or not, that it's going to be at a smaller minimal impact to
Right.
the site?
I think, for me, it's a smaller minimal impact, and I know Mike, and I know he will do his best to regrade and mitigate already if it's a small impact, but why can't we mitigate a small impact to the best of our ability? So I have no problem with this going forward right now, if we can just take a note that that issue will be addressed.
Yeah.
So the whole project can keep going forward in a more responsible way.
Yes. So I think let's get through seeker and then we can figure out exactly how you want to work. Build and create.
Number 11, will the proposed action create a hazard to the environmental resources or human health?
No.
Would somebody like to make a motion for a negative declaration of secret?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Julie, how do you vote
Fine,
on the seeker? Negative declaration.
yes.
Judy? Mike?
Yes.
Linda? Yes. And I'm a yes. So site plan review. This will be where any conditions come into play that we would put on the project. So as far as the county, when they reviewed it, they found that the proposed use is in harmony with the neighborhood. It is which is composed mainly of a mixed use area, religious and commercial uses. And also the original fire station, which is Central Station, and across the street is Station 2. So this would be a continuation. You'd have Central Station, you'd have Station 2, and then you have the steamer building. All of your fire right in a row. New structure. Adjacent to the art park. However, the reason that they needed to come to us is because it is not in compliance with our zoning code, because it is at flood or little below flood level as opposed to 12 inches above.
If you the elevation, or is what required.
Right. So in order to compensate for that, that is why they have the open flow design where the water can come in and go out. So the recommendation from the county was to approve the site plan and the floodplain special use permits with the conditions that they noted above, which were that they required all state, local, county, and permits, licenses, registrations, and that the zoning board of appeals would consider and grant their variances for the floodplain under code 195-32 and the village flood damage prevention law of 117-17. Which is, everybody got that, right? In their email? So now would be the time to discuss if there are any conditions to go on our site.
I don't have any other than what we discussed.
So for the grading, how do we want, what do you want the requirement to be that, X amount of fill is going to be shifted on site and regraded, or
If it's viable, right, you don't know what's in that soil, you don't know what it's past that, nothing, so. I
If
would
the
just-
is viable, is good.
Right, I would say if viable
viable.
is a key word, right? Because to that point, right, that's why we're testing what we're using for compaction. That's why we're going through that. So if you ran into something where there's some sort of contamination, right, you got an old apartment building there, that art park was the old true value, who knows? Who knows? I've lived here all my life, I don't know, right? I'm multi-generational, who knows what was underneath? Right, so I would just caveat, right, if viable, right?
And I don't think I would want to put a number on it. I would just say
No, if viable and you can help it, then why wouldn't you?
Coherent to an aesthetically pleasing grading design, if, some earth can be moved to just basically do your best to still make the project look good, and if we can ameliorate that issue, then let's do it.
so the condition would be that the applicant uses their best efforts to offset any fill by regrading the site.
For the planting areas. Only.
We could do it perhaps where the retaining walls are, if we
Yeah,
move the wall back a foot, it might be,
yeah.
it might be 12, 13, 14, 15 yards of soil
Yeah.
of fill that we can mitigate by that small measure.
Yes, that's great. I'm happy.
So we need to add the word if viable. I don't want to get into that. I've seen too many sites, too many things.
Do you want me to make a motion?
So the issue with the if viable is, even the issue with best efforts, that's very wishy-washy piece, and even best efforts, you're looking and going, well, is it feasible or not? I guess the question to the board is, how much are you actually applying by using this condition? Especially as you start making some tweaks to it and making it sort of even more sort of a gray area.
Honestly, I think this is being overthought a little bit too much right
And
I mean,
disagreement.
we recognize the concern. We understand and include whatever possible. Anybody who lives here understands, 98% of the colors in the floodplain, everything we do, right? So again, my only concern is some part of the hosting is a not-for-profit organization and the project we're doing. When you start looking at other properties and what was there before, you don't know what's there. So that'd be me personally, right? We're liable as an organization to be responsible. So we'll be responsible if it's viable and you can do it, we're more than happy to. I don't think there's anything we do that hasn't proven the Fountain project and the way we're approaching this one. Even to the point, right? 6 different options of trying to make this all work around very restrictive area that we're more than happy to do whatever we can to mitigate anything we can. But not knowing what's on an unforeseen site is a risk putting on people who are basically volunteers and don't get paid to do this. We just love where we live.
So is there a way around it, or is there not? That it's not an undue burden? Because I don't at all mean it to be an undue burden. I just mean it to be if you can do it and it's easy, please do it.
But if you make it a requirement, you make it a burden.
I mean, the issue really comes if, there's an issue down the road, the question becomes, well, the town thinks, or the village thinks it's viable and the applicant doesn't. The village can try and enforce it, and all of a sudden you're sitting there trying to enforce a condition that doesn't have any real clear boundaries on it. Like even using best efforts, there's some case law you can draw on for this kind of stuff, but again, it becomes a very gray area. And so, you can certainly ask the applicant to use their efforts to do this, and, the applicant can say, yes, I'm willing to. Just understand that, it's difficult to put any sort of condition out without any specific requirements, and you're gonna have to rely on them to use it.
So then we can just leave it, given it's such a small amount of earth anyway, but we can just leave it as a request without a condition then? I mean, we've just had this conversation and that's sufficient.
I mean, like I said, if you can request it, but again, there's a difference between a condition and a request. A condition is something that they're legally required to do. A request, it's nice if they do it, but there's nothing that's gonna bind them, or they can somehow go back later and say, you didn't do what you were supposed to.
Yeah, so a request is good. So I move that we request that Mike Hart explore the viability of mitigating the fill burden to the floodplain through the use of land owned by the fire department.
Well, we'll say legal hosting. So we'll say legal hosting versus bypass. We'll consider the request to be good stewards, right, of the land. And our best efforts working with, because they're like, I don't know if you heard what he said, he's doing it pro bono, so.
Right, I know, sorry, Mike.
I'm trying to protect him as well.
Yeah.
Right, so,
Yeah.
honestly, we take your request and concern seriously, right? I think we're proven already because of the project and its own merit that we're good stewards of history, the past, and those considerations. So, we'll take that, we'll do our best effort to be good stewards and if possible, and more than happy to work with that.
I appreciate that very much.
Sure.
Or does anyone on the board want to second that motion?
I'm unclear what the motion is.
I believe the motion was to request that the applicant use their best efforts if possible to offset any fill to the site by regrading it as appropriate. Would it help if we put a quantification Yeah, so the classification makes it easier for a condition, but as John has mentioned, the concern is always that, you know, what happens if you can't meet that, and if you can't meet the condition,
Well, we'll say it for
I'll ask the request to rephrase the motion possibly, right, to make it easy, it's really just that we go hosting with this project, right? Will be good stewards in investigating any and all possibilities to offset the impact of flooding. Because that's what it is. We don't know if it's grading, we don't know if it's flower beds, we don't know what it is, right? If it's possible. That's it. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yep.
I don't know if I can repeat what it is. Hopefully it's recorded.
I can state with some confidence that we can do it. How much, I don't know, is it 10%, is it 25%? I don't want to go there because we don't have the numbers.
Right.
You would damage yourself. if you
Yeah.
do the first
Well, we know we can improve upon the grading plan as it's been submitted to mitigate some of that.
And just make a caveat and not make it an official motion. For the gentleman's agreement thing.
I mean, basically, the way this makes sense is basically that they can say what they just said. Well, we're willing to do this, and we're trying to do it, and to take them at their word for it, that, you know, if they can do it, they will, if not, then no. And just understand from the village side, you know, that there isn't much of an enforcement mechanism if they come back and say, we can't do this. You know, again, you're kind of taking them at their word now that they're going to look into it, and then taking them at their word later that they can't do it or that it's not viable.
I can only tell you I was raising my word as my bond, but not everybody works that.
So basically, putting it in is gonna give it no bite whatsoever. So is there a point to
That
put it
we
in?
just, that we approve the site plan, the conditions of the county.
I'll second it. Linda, how do you vote?
Yeah, yes.
Yes on the site plan? Mike, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes on the site plan? Trudy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Julie, how do you vote?
Yes, on the site plan.
And I'm a yes on the site plan.
Wow.
Okay. We have two recommendations that we have to do for the zoning board on this project. And it is Article.
Section
Thank you.
117-19.
Of the appeals board, and it is the flood damage prevention. Did everybody receive this from Bob in their email? And have you reviewed it?
We're on Liberty Street now? We're done?
No, we're still on the steamer project. Article.
Is it in this variance document or is it different document?
It was something that was emailed to us directly from Bob.
The variance document addresses the different factors from the statute.
When was this email?
Last meeting.
Oh, I wasn't invited to the last meeting, so I probably didn't get it.
How you doing? So, does the board have any questions about the factors from the statute or the applicant's responses that were emailed to the board.
Does anybody?
Couple reading on first.
Mike, if you give this back to me.
Yes, we're gonna do the, yes, we're gonna do the variance first. Gonna walk through
If you.
So you gotta keep it section first. And obviously. Recommendation on that.
Could you clarify what you're asking of us right now?
So in section 117-19,
Yes,
subsection B,
yes,
that lists all the factors for the board to consider as part of granting a variance under the floodplain special use requirements. The applicant has submitted its responses to those various factors and the sheet they handed out for the variance piece. And so if the board has any questions regarding those responses, or would like any clarification regarding those responses in response to the factors, you know, we can get those addressed now.
okay, all right, thank you.
And then our responses are also the 117-20. I can't help with it because I handed out all my copies.
So has everybody reviewed them?
Yep.
Okay. Are there any questions? So I'll make the motion to propose the variance recommendations on 117-19,
Cool.
Part B.
That's just the factors for you to consider.
Right.
And 117-20 was the condition.
And did you review that as well, Julie?
Yes.
Specifically, you're looking at subsection F, which is that variances should only be issued upon receiving written justification of 1, showing of good and sufficient cause, 2, a determination that failure to grant the variance would result in exceptional hardship to the applicant, and 3, a determination that the granting of the variance will not result in increased flood heights, additional threats to public safety, extraordinary public expense, create nuisances, cause fraud or victimization of the public, or conflict with existing local laws or ordinances. I believe the applicant also provided written responses to those requests as well.
So a motion to recommend to approve the Linda seconds. Julie, how do you vote?
Approve.
Trudy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now we're on to the special use permit. So they're looking for a special use permit because they're building in a pool. Has everybody reviewed 195-32 A through D?
So these are the conditions, the standards and controls for approving special use permits within areas subject to flooding. So subsection A, elevation of the lowest floor to be used for any dwelling purpose in any residential structure shall be equal or higher to or higher than the elevation. The high water level is determined by the superintendent of public works in accordance with previous flood records. This isn't a dwelling, so this section doesn't apply. B, wherever desirable or necessary, the first floor level of any structure not used for residential purposes shall be equal to or greater than the elevation of the high water level as determined by the superintendent of public works in accordance with previous flood records. This was just addressed in the variance that you just recommended approval to the ZBA. C, no storage in tanks of liquid fuel or any other combustible material shall be permitted. D, any other controls or restrictions which are deemed necessary to minimize or eliminate damage to buildings and structures from floodwater shall be required by the Board of Appeals.
I'll make a motion to recommend that the zoning board grants the special use permit.
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Judy,
Yes.
Julie?
Yeah.
And I'm a yes. You're good, John.
Is it?
Let's take a 10-minute break so everybody can stretch their legs, have a cigarette, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do.
Encourage you to smoke it.
Oh, please, everybody does it.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John. Have a good night.
Have a good night, John. Yes, sir.
We had a heaven set up, it's gonna be the last one. Kitty corner, and I would really appreciate that.
Lay of the land.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Now I know what it's a bit.
That's correct.
Yeah. We have our own little cigarette. Yeah, Rusty got me weekend.
Really?
And I said, hey.
I was wondering what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, yeah, you better, was I up in Evergreen?
You're on the camera now.
You know me, it's always visible, right? Don't want to. I don't want to get anything, but this is what's, right? Yeah, I could really get in trouble.
You sure could.
Right? How's Linda doing?
Oh, she's doing great.
Good.
You should stop in and say hello. Man.
Yeah, I will.
She would like
I
that.
can start walking.
I go to the cemetery.
You do your really? Yeah, that's quite, yeah, I used to go there.
Well, I don't walk up the hill. Walk around.
It might give a heart attack to guys our age, right? Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to go to the cemetery too soon because we want to. Yeah, but yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's really wild. You did that like the last 4 years. I joined it a couple years ago. And helped them for the first, that was like one big Owego project.
I got to tell you, the first place I ever saw that done was in Key West. Years ago, like 20 years. They started doing these,
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Just the guy walking around. You go down there.
Oh,
They do like midnight tours.
I always thought that the big but I guess that's
It's changed a little
changed a little bit. That shows my age.
It's funny.
Right,
It's not a Navy base anymore. It's still a Navy
Gotta
base.
get you up to, yeah.
And his place is 30,000 salaries.
Yeah, right, for the old days.
You remember like the 40s. So. How you doing, Mike?
I'm alive, I'm like this.
Doing good, man. How you holding? Have a good job. Appreciate it. Have a good job.
I get so.
How's your blood pressure, Mike?
Yeah.
You should check that once in a while.
I'll go on a walk a day. I use that.
Where the hell you putting it?
It's the main thing in my house. It's, I had a 60-inch before. The bulbs started going out like in June, and I told my wife, not great. I think it's easy. I never could have, I always had to get up goddamn early. And so we got it. Yeah. So the Giants suck, but I saw.
I wish you had taken a picture. Tina brought me a card. Yes, her last day is the 2nd.
Is it?
Yes, she brought me a nice, Says, honestly, goes the second one, but thank you so much. Man. It's so nice to meet you. It's always good.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder you're
Let me know.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you gotta say.
I know, he knows. That's right. He knows your whole family. So be careful.
I better get away.
He's an old village guy.
He knows all the things. What's that? Oh, shit. It's so like, yeah, I thought he was down there, you know, yeah, he was going.
I'm gonna go hit it.
Figure that must be it.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, he wasn't holding it too bad. So I saw your chances.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks for everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I saw it once, but this fast. Well, I think so. A lot of it.
When, what day is it? This is it. I got to school at that time. My birthday.
Oh, she left her meeting.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
The guy in front of his TV. All my James Bond films.
Couch, he was like, man.
Why not? I never see this sort of thing. Real gold. Very slick. Yeah, here's one of his best works. No wonder he looks pretty good.
So, is that crazy or not?
But don't give me the idea, that's $20 from Santa. That's $20 for, you know.
Easy now. I'm gonna get a window picture.
I gave you some
Did you? What's your that?
Remember me this winter when you're doing this.
Yeah. Would you mind coming out to the Would you like to please in half? Next on our agenda for tonight is the INHS housing project that would be on Liberty and Temple, consisting of a three-floor apartment complex and townhouses designed for families. There's a moderate income from 35,000 to 60,000, am I correct? Housing project. So if you'd like to start presenting.
I'm Joe Bose. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development with INHS, and we're here to present tonight the Temple and Liberty Street redevelopment project. Joe, do you want to use the microphone to reveal my? So I'm Joe Bose, Director of Real Estate Development with INHS, and I'm joined tonight by Dave Herrick from TG Miller, who is our civil engineer. And we're here to present on the Temple and Liberty Street redevelopment project. It's located on 14 lots on Liberty Street and Temple. And these are 14 lots that have been basically either acquired or are under contract by the county's land bank. They've been assembling them over the course of the last year or so in order to do a redevelopment project there. And this is also a site that was included in the Downtown Revitalization Initiative plan. And so our proposal is to consolidate those 14 lots and create 4 new lots. Each lot will have a building on it. Down over on Liberty, there will be a 6-unit townhouse that would have 1 fully accessible unit and then 5 2-story apartments, more townhouse, so front porch, back deck, fully accessible and visitable. 6 townhouses on Liberty Street. These are all 2-story. Again, front porches and rear deck that's acceptable with a lift. 3-story apartment building that would be 1 and 2 bedrooms. And the apartment building would also have a laundry room and a community room, office space for on-site manager and maintenance. And then a 3-unit townhouse, again, 2 stories and 2 and 3 bedrooms, front porches. We've also included 46 parking spaces, 1 for each unit, a play court and playground for young children. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave Herrick to get into some of the details on the environmental and the site plan. But happy to answer questions after our presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, everyone, and to everyone online. I'm David Herrick, Principal Engineer with TG Miller Engineers and Surveyors. And there has been a lot of discussion at prior meetings with the village, and as you had in your presentation and discussion before us about floodplain management and stormwater management. And I want to take enough time to address those 2 issues with you. Relative to stormwater management, we're responsible to mitigate all of the increased runoff from our project so that it does not find its way out into the village street system and ultimately into the combined sewer facilities. So we're providing within our parking lot spaces underground storage, which under normal conditions, when it's not raining, it's going to be empty volume. It's going to be storage underneath what you park. During rain events, those underground chambers, which are void space, will fill up. And as we known from our geotechnical research that's been done, the soils underneath are quite porous. So the sands and gravels underneath the site will accommodate the infiltration of stormwater runoff that's going to be collected by our rooftops, our sidewalks, our parking spaces, and our driveways. So relative to floodwaters, it was presented to both the planning board and the zoning board of appeals back in August that we were looking to elevate our first floor elevations above, way above, the base flood elevation of 813 feet for this site. Subsequent to presenting that to the village, we come back and at the direction of the folks at INHS have decided to go a foot above what the village experienced in 2011. So the net result is that we're looking to establish floor elevations that are 3.67 feet above the required base flood elevation of 813. That was, again, a decision made voluntarily by INHS to do that. Now, the other aspect of flood storage, as you look at this board and you understand the footprints of these buildings, there's nothing underneath them. It's all crawl space, right? So we have the ability, and this was presented in the materials to the village and also at our prior meetings, that we are going to be able to mitigate any other site filling impacts, particularly with the playground. Playground is about the only area where we're actually filling above what's currently there. But the balance of these 4 buildings have void space underneath them. And that's going to become available flood storage for the project and the neighborhood. So we had proposed that our site would end up by design being a net zero flow condition. And that's still the case today. So no matter what we do with the floor elevations, the volume of space beneath the buildings is going to be there for the benefit of mitigating floodwaters. And as you look, question?
Yeah, when you elevated the height, how far is your first floor now from the crest levels in 2011?
3 points. Oh, it's 1 foot above 2011.
So the crest level for 2011, you want to put above.
Yes.
So that the first floor is now a foot above that height.
Yes. Yeah, or 3.67 above the base flood elevation. So where was that?
Net zero.
Net zero.
Yes.
Yeah. So we obviously have pavements that we're constructing. We're developing the grading plan so that we're going to have to take material out in order to put back in granular material and asphalt to support the pavements. But we're doing this in a way, again, that balances maintaining a net zero fill condition for the project. We had to go that way because we didn't have any success in understanding from FEMA the impacts that come from Owego Creek, flooding potential, and hydraulic models and things that the FEMA should have available, which they don't. We made an effort to find out what models were available that we could use as engineers to understand possible impacts within the floodplain. Not available. So the best we have, and the best you have, is what you know of the Susquehanna River and its impacts, backwater effects in your community, and backwater effects that affect the Owego Creek. So our design had to kind of back into this approach of being able to be flexible with the grading on site and under the building so that we aren't going to impose a problem for the community. So I think at this point, unless there's other issues we want to talk about relative to property management or architecture, I do have illustrations of the buildings, if that would be helpful to anyone to look at. Because I think what we have is a pretty impressive palette of colors and architectural elements that are in keeping with the neighborhood. That was a goal of this project, in creating both the multi-story apartment building and the townhouse buildings, was to maintain fenestration, massing, and a scale of the facades to be residential.
I just wanted to say, I've lived at 5 Temple for over 33 years, which is McMaster comes down this way. The second house in, I'm just gonna tell you, this is my own and my wife's. I've had my house destroyed twice, 6 and 11. I know because we did some measurement in our house after both floods. After the 6th flood, it was on the first floor, at least that high, 3 to 4 feet. And on 11, it was 8. Obviously, my house was destroyed in the basement on the first floor. Thank God we did have flood insurance when we bought the property in the ADA. And it hasn't gone up. But I know right now there's a new theme of thing that's going to start over 2.0. But when you said that the first floor would be above that size, I just didn't want to say you're a liar. But I just want to tell you my experience with my own home. And both times it came from the Owego River. Both times. It came down the road. And like you described, it, Susquehanna, the creek. And my brother's a geologist out in California. And this is our situation over and over again. Because he studied, he was a big shepherd. And it comes down just like
I don't mean to be rude and interrupt you, but if you have a question for him, please ask.
Well, I just wanted to
Otherwise,
kind of say.
you can say what you're saying during public comment.
My own experience. So, well, I got a question in that the footage that you just said, it wasn't the case with my house. I just thought I'd bring that up.
Do you know what your elevation is, ground?
I had
ground
studies
elevation?
on that. I can't tell you right off, but I do have a study. It's in my safety file. It was done after the 11th. Yeah, I don't know how the topography would be where I am, where you are in Liberty. But I'm just saying, it's not really a question. It's more, I'm telling you, with my own experience, what happened in my own home, and what the flood went up.
Sure.
But unfortunately, that is entering into it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to let you know, it destroyed our house. I had to live in a hotel for 3 months, first flood.
Well, we're
city, and, I've had 3 new first floors with my house. 3 new first floors and 3 from the original and 2 after. So I think there's something kind of interesting with what you're talking about.
Okay. There will be a public comment.
Okay.
If you have a question about the plan itself and the design, you can ask that now. If anything else, please wait until the public comment section.
I did have a question. It's like,
My name is Laura Young, and I have a direct question, actually 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, start with your first question.
Thank you very much. My first question is, was a hydraulic study done by your group? The second question is, there's another study that can be done to show if your build is going to have a negative impact on pre-existing houses that are in the neighborhood, which flooded severely during 2011. If further damage would be contributed to in floodwaters to neighboring areas, including my own home. And that is an HEC-RAS. That is a computer program by the Army Corps of Engineers that models water flow of the rivers and other channels to aid in the analysis and floodplain determination. So with my question, I realize that it has been stated that there was not proper flood information given to FEMA, or FEMA doesn't have it. But there is a way to get information to FEMA because some of these houses still have the water line on them. So my first question, was a hydraulic study done? My second question is, did you reach out and try to have an HEC-RAS done to prove, not just to tell us, but to actually have solid proof for many scared and rightfully so residents who lost so much in 2011 and had to rebuild? Many without flood insurance because we were not considered part of a floodplain. Can you answer those two questions, please?
Sure, but they're actually one and the same. The hydraulic analysis is the HEC-RAS model. And it's the data and the understanding of the riverine system that is plugged into this analysis. That's the HEC-RAS that you referred to. And that was where we were trying to go. We wanted to obtain the modeling information for Owego Creek in order to understand if the siting of our buildings would have any effect on changing the flood water elevation. And we inquired with FEMA, Washington, to find out if they had what's called an effective model for Owego Creek. The response back was that they do not. And the last set of data that they had available, which they thought might be available through the Chesapeake Bay folks, was from 1980. A lot's happened since 1980. So what we have to do here in this instance is present a plan that is not going to increase the flood water elevation by virtue of filling a site so that you take away available storage. And that's what we're proposing. And we would be willing to state and accept as a condition of this project that we show that information. So that's where we feel we can be most effective in showing to the community and to the boards that we're being responsible with not filling in the floodplain. The buildings and anyone who has access to the architectural drawings that have been shared here with the group, you'll see that there's, in the case of the apartment building, there's roughly 30 or more flood vents in the foundation, so that as waters do rise back up into the neighborhood, there will be the ability to equalize that hydrostatic pressure on both sides of the walls, and also use the space beneath the floors in the crawl space for flood storage. So those are represented, they're stated as project goals and objectives to satisfy the requirements for the village's floodplain development law. So I think we have represented the best that we can do relative to mitigating impacts of the floodwaters from the project.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that your answer is a no, that this was not done, the hydraulic studies. I guess my follow-up question would be, is you're reaching out to HEC-RAS and FEMA, is that public domain information? Was it given to the board of Owego? Who was it given to? And how can residents, instead of just taking, and I don't know you, but taking your word for that, where can we actually validate with documentation that you did that?
I'd be more than happy to share with the village the response letter that we received back from FEMA regarding the availability of what's called the effective model, or the lack of the availability of the effective model.
Right. And the second follow-up question I have for you directly is this. Just because FEMA said they lacked information, that doesn't necessarily mean the information isn't present here in our community or couldn't be gathered and submitted. And then if that happened, why could we not just have that hydraulic study done If FEMA needs something, and if we have it, and people are just, it's too scattered, whatever, it's too much work, that's no excuse. If we can get FEMA what they need to have this done, why wouldn't we, to help you ensure, in fact, that your build is not going to negatively impact pre-existing structures, especially homeowners who can't afford FEMA insurance and have their mortgage paid for? Why wouldn't we do that? Does FEMA need information from the village of Owego? That's a question. I don't know what FEMA responded to you. Do you have that paperwork and can you read it out loud?
I don't know if I have that with me tonight. I will certainly provide it to the village.
All right, and then I would hope that the village actually makes that, since it is public record, available to residents to actually see. But if the village could provide to FEMA accurate information that we were told wasn't given by DPW, if it exists, if it can be given to FEMA, could you then have a hydraulic impact study done and use the HECRAS?
The process that a community would have to go through for this official formal hydraulic analysis that would, in all likelihood, affect floodplain mapping is not inconsequential. It's a significant effort. It's something that would have to be undertaken at a large expense. And I can't speak to that for the village. This is outside of my purview. But
I understand, but to clarify what you said is that if this information is available, it could be given to FEMA and an impact study could be done. And at talking about great cost is being flooded in 2006. Great cost is being flooded in 2011. Great cost is owning your home, which retail market right now, because I'm surrounded by abandoned houses, is about $50,000 because of what I'm surrounded with. That's great cost. And taking out an SBA loan. So I think this is something the Village of Owego Board really should consider doing and finding money to do. But thank you for being honest that with the right information, this hydraulic, if it was undertaken by the board, this hydraulic study could be done. And we would not just have to accept, and I love your plan, don't get me wrong. I think your plan is perfect to protect your renters. However, having flooded out, I have every right to be concerned about my house, that if there is a negative impact from your build will directly affect. I have every right to ask that my village representatives do diligence. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I have a question when the floor is free.
Is it a question for?
Absolutely. No public comment.
Go right ahead, Trustee.
Would you tell me what size that apartment building is?
Yeah, one of the large there.
It's on page C105 of your presentation.
This is very small, I'm having trouble reading.
Or,
Hey. 34,186.
That's the total building.
no, I want to know how tall it is, and I want to know how wide it is, and I want to know how long it is.
So, depending on where you're measuring from, the grade from that. So if you're measuring from street front, you are at 50.5.
50.5 feet tall?
Yep.
Thank you. How wide?
In our architectural.
Where would be on A101?
Yeah,
Let's see. Just making sure I understand. It may be on A101 floor plan. No, I want to hear from them. Thank you very much.
okay, so the total length is about 181 feet,
181 feet long,
and the width is 66.
66 feet wide, and 50.5 feet tall. Okay. Just asking, I'm trying to get a visual of that building in my mind. I've got some more questions on that, trying to get a visual. I'm trying to kind of, not going to do a big talk here, but I'm trying to kind of compare it to our fire station, which is 60 foot by 60 foot by 40 foot tall. So I'm trying to compare the size of that building to our fire station. So this would be 60 by 180, it'd be 3 times as big as the fire station, so I can get a visual, and it's deeper than the fire station and at least 10 feet taller than the fire station. That's the size of that building. Okay, I understand. Okay, now I got some questions about elevation. You said that the first floor elevation, you raised it another foot. So what is now the new first floor elevation? I'm looking at page C105 at the original numbers on your drawings. So what is now the first floor elevation of the large building?
It's 816.67 feet.
816.67.
Yep. Or 816.8 inches.
Okay. Let me see. As I'm looking at this C105 and all the other potential depths, I'm interested to know what various depths are on various places here. Because I believe that you told us that we weren't going to fill in anything. It was going to be all dead even. I'm looking at this playground. It looks like it's 811.71 at curb, and it looks like it's an 811, almost the same, what looks to be 30 or 40 feet in. So that playground is at curb level all that way in?
And that's the one location that I did mention was a place where we were going to be adding some fill.
We're going to be adding some fill for that. How about the parking lot above the 3-story unit? That looks like it's 811-ish on the street level and 811-ish, 25 or more foot, we'll look here just for reference, 25 or more foot in.
Yeah, there's a building there right now. So we're going to replace.
That building has a basement in that building. That building has 8-foot basement in it. So that's 8 foot of a hole there right now. So you're going to fill that basement area. So you're going to fill there. Okay. We'll just see here, 60, 180, 70, 210, 8. Okay. So the driveway or whatever it is going to be behind this building. Oh, by the way, the building on the back side shows it to be, I'm trying to find I'm going to make sure I understand the heights of the building on the back side. But on the back side of the building, and it doesn't really tell us.
Yeah, it's down, it's down to 806. If you look at 8201,
8201, thank you.
bottom, you'll see that the lower entrance, the egress door, the lower entrance there, lower side of the building is 806.
I see 806 is the very lowest there on that building, although I see land going up both directions, working its way up. So 806 would be the lowest. And I see that the curb height on the front of the building is 809. The street height and the curb height on the front of the building is 809 based on page 105. Is that right?
Yeah, that's actually the
Okay,
lowest.
so that's 809 there, and it's going to be 806 in the back. So that's going to be 3 foot lower. Do you know how deep that hole is? Because I do.
Yes, it's very deep.
Yeah, so 806 ain't how deep that hole is in the back there.
No, it's
So you
deep.
got to fill that hole to get it up to there. Do you not?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Will you be filling there to get it up to that height?
No, we're not going to be filling the low spot in the back of the property.
No, the 806 on the back. You're going to fill, you're going to be at 806. You said that was on 201, you're going to be at 806.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're at 806 in the back. You're at 89 at the curb, and I'm telling you that that hole is at least 8 feet deep. So 806 and 809 is only 3 feet deeper than that curb. So you're telling us that you're not filling there, that you're not going to fill from about 800 or whatever up to 806. You're saying that that's not what you're going to do there?
The low spot in the backyard is at 804.
I would be willing to bet you that that's not correct, because I stood out there. But you say it's 804, you say the curb is 809, and you say it's 804, so you're saying it's 5 foot less is the low spot in the back. That's interesting, because all those buildings have a foundation that's 8 or 9 feet deep, and then the lawn is more shallow than that. So that's interesting when you're telling me that that's 5 feet deep when those buildings all have a foundation that's 8 or 9. But we'll take your word for it at the second. So I'm just trying to think of any more elevation questions for you about. Well, I will another time. But okay, thank you for answering those questions, Justin.
Question?
Do you have a direct question for him?
Yes, ma'am. How are you? I'm Matt Lava. Nice to meet you. I'm curious about retaining ponds and water displacement from the parking lots and the roofs. And you mentioned underground storage tanks.
Yes.
I'm assuming outside of flooding, the underground storage tanks will compensate for the lack of retaining ponds?
The practices that are going to be beneath parking lots are going to be for the more traditional rainfall events, but when the area floods for obviously non-traditional rainfall events, they're all going to be in it. Everything's in it. So we're not taking any credit for the volume of empty storage underneath parking lots, which will be there most of the time.
That's great. That's great. But outside of flooding, just a normal rain event, typically you would calculate the square footage of the roof and the displacement from the parking lots, and you would have to have a retaining pond to hold that water for a certain period of time. So I'm curious about these underground tanks. Have they been sized to capture that amount of water?
Yes, we're going to be sizing the storage volume within these chambers. They're empty spaces. They're like big holder underneath the parking lot, which is just normally empty storage.
Right.
And that collected runoff infiltrates into the sandy gravel soil.
But they've been
Now,
calculated.
that's what happens up there today in this low spot that we've been talking about behind the homes on Temple. Everything is collected from around the properties that drains to that location is infiltrating into the underlying soil.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But what about the new parking lot, the square footage of this parking lot? Water can't go down through that pavement.
No.
And all of these new roofs, I mean, aren't you supposed to calculate the square foot of the parking lot and the roofs? And there's a calculation used to size those tanks for a certain period of time. Have you done that?
There's a balance between the runoff rate from the impervious areas and the ability of the underlying soil to infiltrate. And the difference between the square footage of your underground practice and the soils beneath it and the intensity of the rainfall is what has to be provided for storage. So it is detention storage, and it's not like a conventional wet pond where it fills up and spills over and drains out. In this case, it's underground, fills up and then drains out the bottom.
And so you're going to take all of that dirt out of there to hold just water in those tanks? Is
We're
that right?
gonna be,
Or-
we're gonna be removing a large volume of existing soil in order to replace it with plastic chambers that are simply empty space underneath the park.
And they've been properly sized for that parking lot runoff?
Yes.
And you've done calculations on that, and we can see those?
We are going to finalize those calculations when we get to the point where we're ready to submit for stormwater pollution prevention speeds for that.
Excellent, thank you.
Brent,
What is the depth of those storage tanks? How deep are they?
They're generally 6 to 7 feet below the surface of the park.
Okay, and I had a second question. Now, the smaller building on Temple, that's supposed, what was presented last week was supposed to be for chief. Where is the parking area for that? Or is it just planning on on-street parking?
no. Brent, there's parking for every resident, every unit.
Well, show me on the,
Oh, okay, so for the small town,
Right.
there's 3 spaces right next door.
okay, thank you.
I got one more. I'm gonna give you the easy one first, talking about parking. You're saying that it's gonna be an income level of $35,000 to $60,000. Most people, when you get up towards that $60,000 income bracket, have 2 vehicles. So where are they supposed to park their second vehicle when you only have 1 parking space for each unit? Because the street, I don't care which parking study says that street is not gonna handle all that excess parking. You have no spots there for visitors or for additional vehicles. Tenants.
Yeah, I think you're right. We don't have any extra spaces. We do have what the code requires. And we do know that we've been talking to the Racker Center about setting aside 7 of the units for their clients. And I've spoken to them about whether or not their clients drive, and they do not drive. So we know we'll have 7 extra spaces right from the start. And then we also know, based on the history of we manage 500 apartments, that often people with a 1-bedroom, not all of them, single individuals, have a car. So generally, we get some offset. We have some people with more cars, we have some people with less. And then we provide what the code requires. And then there is street parking on the street.
And then my second question, I'm looking at the code here for zoning for the special use permits. The elevation that you're using for the first floor, was that approved by Just Holes? This says that the elevation of the lowest floor to be used for any dwelling purpose in any residential structure, this is in a flood zone, shall be equal to or higher than the elevation of high water level as determined by the superintendent of public works. So has Jeff been consulted at all with this, or?
The straightforward answer is I have not communicated with Jeff on my number that I've selected based on the information from the National Weather Service and NOAA.
Okay. So there's a possibility that could go up or go down. Your elevation.
If the number that's been stated, recorded, published in many of your village documents is the number that I found, okay, for the crest elevation based on the National Weather Service and NOAA data. We went a foot above that.
from the 2011 event.
This just says in accordance with previous flood records, so, I mean, could we go back
Well, they-
to the
yeah,
1800s for all I know?
Yeah. That would be a previous flood record.
Yeah.
It's from the National Weather Service.
Jeff, there's been no discussion with Jeff as far as an elevation.
I have not had a discussion with Jeff.
I do have another question as a resident. I won't terminate. I apologize earlier. I didn't know it was coming. Would your, being a resident in the neighborhood, would your building of this have any effect on homeowners such as me in that area where our flood insurance fund increased? Have you guys looked into that? Or is that a possibility? I mean, in your opinion?
I'm not qualified to talk about insurance.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I just wanted to bring it up. I was just curious if you guys about that. Thank you.
Okay, this is Laura Young. I have a follow-up question just for clarification. So what you're presenting tonight, there's a local law that required you to speak with Jeff Souls. You haven't done that. Is that correct? And is it correct, my second question to you, that you currently do not know if your underwater empty holding tanks can actually collect the amount of water that's going to run off your parking lots and the rooftops? Those are my two questions. Have you spoken to Jeff Souls? I'm just clarifying, as required. Before, I mean, we want information that should have been done before this board that's so important tonight. And secondly, I'm clarifying that you said that the study done to see if your holding tanks will accommodate runoff water from your own structures work isn't done and hasn't been presented so far. Is that correct?
So to answer your first question, Mike had, pardon me.
The first question was asked and answered by, Mike asked it on the board, Dave answered it. So the first question is asked and answered.
I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
It was clarified. Mike clarified it. Dave answered the question. It has been asked and answered.
Thank you. Second question?
The volume within the chambers.
Yes, whether or not you have figured that out and gave it that's done and you've given it to the board and this board, this important board.
No, I have not provided the stormwater sizing calculations to the village at this point.
I have a question about that. So what design rule, I mean, do you use for the stormwater calculation? Do you presume a certain rainfall rate for a certain, like, you have to have a condition to model?
Yes.
So who determines the condition that you model? Is that DEC guideline?
There are design storms that we have to respect. And we would be looking at rainfall intensities that are associated with the design storms that are required of the stormwater management design manual.
So that tells you it has to be this rate of rain for that.
The rainfall intensities, and we have to use our own judgment too, to understand, as I described earlier, there's variability in rainfall intensity, as we've seen too many times outside of flooding. And we have to take into account how those variations in rainfall intensity will flood or consume that underground storage before it can all infiltrate into the underlying soil.
Will you make a worst case scenario, a kind of medium case scenario?
Yeah, well, we have to use whatever is recommended engineering practice. I'll stop there because there's so many variabilities in rainfall intensities.
Sure.
Yeah,
It's a difficult task.
and the one thing that we do have is we do have this low spot, which is behind Temple, that it's gonna be long and it's gonna be a play court and it's gonna be access for fire equipment, for emergency apparatus. But it can also become some detention volume as well.
I have one other question, and so since I'm new to this board, I actually printed out the code on a site plan review, just for my own edification. And it says in the very first paragraph, I don't expect you to have the answer to this question necessarily, but the site plan and required related drawings shall first be submitted by the applicant or agent to the code enforcement officer of the village. Upon full review for sufficiency and completeness of the application by the code enforcement officer, the application shall be submitted to the village planning board. Has the code enforcement officer cleared these drawings?
That would be a question for the code enforcement officer. I have not been notified of whether he has or he hasn't.
Okay, so that's before it even gets to what we do. It goes through code enforcement, so.
What I can share with you is that everything that you have before you from prior meetings and the meeting tonight has been shared with all of those individuals.
Okay, I have one other. So how do you address the fact that now, right, all of these buildings and everything you do is an obstruction, and you're changing the obstruction, right? Because different buildings that were there are going to be, gone, and these are new obstructions. So how water moves through here is not going to be the same way water moved through there before. Velocities may be different, the direction of flow may be different. And what I'm concerned about is how do we know that those people, that especially, all of these houses on the perimeter are not going to be, even if you have compensatory storage covered, how do you show that you're not redirecting water and water velocities and flow that endanger the people around you?
What we're going to do is through flood venting, allow passage.
Right, but it's still, the speed of water through the building isn't going to be remotely the speed of water around the building. You have a whole listing, right? So the rate of flow around the buildings is, I think it's pretty clear to say it's going to be different. So how do you address that?
There are currently structures there now, correct?
Right, but they're different.
That have the same issue?
Well, there are buildings there now, and I understand the question that there's, you have driveways, you have yards between the buildings. And that as waters rise and waters recede, it can pass through those open. And we're accommodating that with our flood venting and storage within the space of the buildings and across.
Is there a way to model that?
I bet there probably is. There probably is.
Because that would be an interesting model, because it's just a scenario. One other point, just for people's edification, at the last meeting, I talked about risk rating 2.0 coming. I elevated my house. My first floor is 816.7. I have flood. So my first floor on Main Street is your first floor. My flood insurance under risk rating 2.0 is going from $372 to $2,200. This building is a new building in the floodplain that will come in instantly at actuarial rates. Do you have a sense of what flood insurance bills you're looking at under risk rating 2.0? Because I think you probably want to inquire. Because risk rating 2.0 is basically saying don't develop in the floodplain.
We do have a quote for.
Do you? Is it prohibitive?
It is very expensive.
So,
is there a number available?
Well, so, so I guess I would just qualify this with the applicant is required to provide what the cost of their flood insurance is. If the applicant wants to answer this,
yes.
I mean, I think the point is that we've looked into it. I mean.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure
no,
you looked into it.
What we're trying to get across is that we've really looked at this very hard. We've looked at how to design these buildings in such a way that they would have as, no impact on the neighbors as much as it is possible. And to make sure that we've built them in a way that the people living there will be safe and that the property will not be damaged. I mean, those are our goals, is to make sure that the neighbors are not impacted by this property. People living there are not in harm's way, and that the property is not damaged in case of a flood. And, we took basically all the best practices. How do you design a foundation? How many flood vents do you put in? How do you make sure you don't change the grading of the site? What materials do you build the foundation out of? And try to incorporate all of that, because a lot of the issues that I think everyone is talking about tonight are related to the fact that there are a lot of older homes in these neighborhoods that aren't raised to the proper height and that don't have flood vents, and they're, weren't built out of materials that are flood resistant. And I think ideally, if we were able to redevelop, we would want to redevelop this way so that we're doing it so that the damage and destruction that we talked about earlier, sir, does not happen again.
And I do apologize, I shouldn't have sermonized it, but that's a life-changing experience.
Yeah, I don't apologize at all.
Thanks again, guys, for sharing. Looking at your drawing, and I have a little experience with this, you haven't set aside any space for retaining ponds specifically. You're going to go with a tank solution. And, just looking at the picture, easily half of your square footage is roofs and the other half is parking lots. I'd be really curious to look at your calculations for stormwater storage. And you mentioned the green space there in the back, doubling as a retaining pond. I'm not sure that's allowable. So I guess I'd really be curious in your calculations as to the storage.
Why do you think it's not allowable?
Because my own personal experience is that you have to have retaining ponds that are specifically retaining ponds. You can't say I'm going to double this as that. So I guess I'm just curious. I see the entire, the square footage of the entire development is roofs and parking lots. That's a lot of retaining tanks under those parking lots. So I'd really be curious to see those calculations. That's important. Thank you again, guys.
And kind of as a little bit of background on that, my understanding is part of the stormwater permit that they're required to get, which they're going to have to go to the DEC to ultimately get approval. That's where that piece would come into play in terms of what the exact requirements are going to be in terms of sizes and tanks.
All right. Thank you again, guys.
Mike,
Well, you have a closing date and when this is all going to be done? When you have like a long-term closing date when it's done?
I don't have an estimate.
Go ahead, Rick.
My question shifts the focus a little bit from the physical building to the actual impact on the neighbors. Right now, it's no secret of what was there. There was a problem with tenants. You guys said you manage 500 apartment units. What sort of procedures and rules do you have to keep the neighbors under control?
Well, we have a very comprehensive lease that we use. We have, I think pretty comprehensive credit and criminal background checks that we do. And we have basically on-site maintenance and property management. They're not on-site 5 days a week, 24 hours a day, although somebody is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But we do have somebody who is responsible for the property who has an office there, gets to know the tenants and basically works there several days a week.
A little follow-up to that, just on the criminal background checks. You do understand that New York, is it, so your understanding that New York State is looking to eliminate criminal background checks for renting and employment?
I've not heard that they're looking to eliminate them, but we will have to follow New York State fair housing laws and federal fair housing.
I have a follow-up question to that.
Actually, hold on, because I'm gonna need to call an executive session for the board.
Don't we get,
Before you do that, I just have a question. Are we in-
Nope, executive session first, questions after.
I don't think they have-
the executive session for the minutes?
You can come with us.
is there a reason being given for executive session?
Or you can
That-
go to the
We're allowed to ask that.
Code enforcement signing off.
To say for the record for the meeting.
Please say it for the record. Why executive is being taken. Can someone tell me why executive was taken? I didn't hear the reason.
Or I'll answer it, because they're going to executive session, but it's attorney-client session.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The reason for executive is what?
Right, so the chair just announced that they were going into an executive session. And when they gathered off the side of the screen where you couldn't see, they asked the members if they would vote to go into the executive session. And the reason they give was attorney-client privilege to understand the law, question of the law.
Hey, Mike, this is Steve Jackson. Can you hear me? Hey, thanks for asking that question. My damn dogs were barking and I could not hear the answer. I'm surprised you didn't hear me yelling over here from Liberty. To shut up. Not you, my dogs. So what was the answer to your question?
We'll get a re-answer when everybody comes back. We just went to executive.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. No, you just come back. All right, everybody's back. Here we go.
Okay, we're back from executive session and you will explain to you what we needed to discuss.
So we were discussing an issue that was brought up, which was, did the code enforcement officer review the site plan application for completeness and sufficiency? And we were able to confirm that it was reviewed and was found complete and sufficient to move it to the planning board. We just wanted to confirm that before we got any further on tonight. And so that's what happened in the executive session.
I know there were questions before we went into executive session.
Yes, I had a question. Is this still a presentation or have we moved into the public hearing phase or am I the only one confused?
No.
Dave, are you done presenting?
There we go.
Are there any more questions about the presentation?
Okay, so the houses there on Temple Street, are you filling in those basements?
No,
Okay,
there'll be crawl spaces underneath those buildings.
It's going to be open.
okay.
Oh,
No, I'm asking, are you filling in the existing basements?
The buildings that are.
The buildings that are currently there, are you filling in those basements?
no, this project is not, we don't have anything to do with buildings and their removal.
Oh, and
Yeah, that's a no answer, excuse me.
So to clarify, I guess what she's trying to determine is when those houses are taken down, is the land going to be left? Or are those basements that would have been under those houses going to be left open?
I don't know. I think that's a question for the landlord. It's they're demolishing the homes and have the contract. Demolition.
Regardless of what's left, we're going to be altering the grading inside these buildings in order to help us develop that zero fill condition for the site. So we will drop as we need to.
Well, I think common sense would tell you that they would not leave the open basements for safety purposes.
All right, so if we are done with questions for the presenters, we will open public comment at 9:58.
My hand's up. My name is, I know you have 3 minutes. My name is Laura Young. I sent the planning board as well as Samara a letter, which you should have, to add into your minutes. I'm asking that they be added into your minutes. My name is Laura Young and I reside in my home, a non-rental at 105 Chestnut Street, Owego. I'm deeply concerned over the site plan review submitted by Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services, Inc., in which they intended to redevelop 14 residential parcels for a 45-unit build of low-income, affordable rental housing. I've been a social justice activist since my 20s. I've tirelessly raised funds for less privilege in my community. I believe truly in affordable housing. I've raised awareness of housing issues and much more. I've studied the plans extensively and have seen no listed hydraulics test that would determine the damaging displacement of water into the surrounding neighborhoods created by this build. I can find absolutely no flood mitigation intentions/plans proposed to protect the increased water displacement onto pre-existing structures in the vicinity of the Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Service Inc. build. The proposed site review application is admirable in the construction for flooding for its renters, complete with crawl spaces and vents, but lacks any accommodation for not contributing directly to increasing flooding in the neighboring areas. I appreciate the plans to do a proper build for the future inhabitants of this rental unit. to guard these specific individuals from devastating floodwaters to high debris. But I'm utterly shocked that there was no flood mitigation plans or hydraulic test survey mentioned for the rest of us. Proper construction does not equal proper flood mitigation for our community. Our entire community suffered deeply during the extreme flooding of 2011, myself included. My converted basement was entirely wiped out. My first floor avoided flooding by a single inch of water. I was not in a floodplain at that time, so I did not have flood insurance. My house could easily be one of the houses who suffered directly from increased flooding caused by this build as it stands in a future flood. There are currently already 5 abandoned, foreclosed on, waiting for demolition houses directly within my line of sight from my home. A 3 rental affordable unit. It was set up for special needs. I'm sorry, a 3 rental affordable unit flooded out, leaving an unsound foundation which was torn down within the recent past after standing as blight for several post-flood years. It was not only a blight, but a public health hazard. A similar affected structure stands directly behind my house on Fox Street. The Fox Street structure still languishes after the 2011 flood a decade later. Still awaiting tear down, it's condemned and is deemed an unsafe structure. It's rife with mold, not properly boarded up, and has been uncared for since the flood. It's still awaiting tear down, which I was informed by DPW code enforcement officer that was scheduled to happen this past summer. It did not. It's an unsafe blight, a public hazard, and is condemned. It directly lowers the market value of all the other remaining houses nearby. Hold on.
You're over. And I do have your letter, which is what you are reading, and it will be submitted.
Madam Chairman. Please, I'll start the clock. I would like to hear from Leslie, who is a resident of that neighborhood. The residents came here. A number of them have left because of the time frame. We had 6 more. I would like to you to recognize Leslie.
I'm Leslie Seltzer. I live at 93 Liberty Street, just directly across from.
Did I get my 3 minutes?
Sorry.
I didn't get my 3 minutes. I did not get 3 minutes. All right, I think we should delay. I think the planning board should delay any action tonight. There are a lot of things that were not answered. We don't even know if Jeff's. Thank you.
Mask is a little trickier. So I do live right across from one end of the planned apartment building. And of course, like many, I do have concerns, primarily the flooding issue. I've seen some drawings with the storm wells that are supposed to catch the runoff from rain. They look pretty dainty. I would be shocked if they would compensate for the very large basin that's there right now, which is kind of a green space. And I look at it every day, and it is deeper than 4 or 5 feet for sure. There's a lot of questions, don't see the calculations or studies that are needed to really estimate if there's going to be more of a flood risk to properties like mine. Another big issue, of course, is parking. Although it provides, 1 space per unit, in that income range, typically American households have 2 cars. Even if they had 1.5 average, where are all those other cars going to go? There are about 10 spots on Liberty Street in that block, and outside of that, you're walking, and I will have to meet my grandchildren and probably transfer them off-site because we won't be able to do that in my driveway. It just won't be possible. Don't have parking. All the street spots will be taken up. So parking is an issue, especially in the winter too, with snow removal. I should have asked about what your plan for snow removal is. That will shrink your parking spaces. And again, where are all those cars going to go? And go all over the blocks, and people are going to be very frustrated with them. An issue that did not come up tonight, I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but that this project is going to be a huge tax drain from what the rumors have it, I pay $2,500 or so on property that's far less than $100,000 of value, yet I understand that this multi-million-dollar project is going to pay just in the range of a few $1,000s. Where's the money going to come for all the public works, public services that's going to be needed to support all these construction and eventually residents? About a year and a half ago, somebody was blocking my driveway, couldn't get a tow truck, couldn't get the village to do anything. And I called the police, but there was no availability. They couldn't come and help me out, get a car out of blocking my driveway. So our tax dollars are stretched right now. And I don't know for, law enforcement and such and other safety services, how it's going to work out when we have, a big addition to the residents. So, thank you.
You had another 30 seconds.
Nothing good. Thank you.
I'm at home, Shanna Stevens. I also live on Liberty Street.
Go ahead.
So I live right across from where the proposed apartment is going to be, right next door to Leslie. Concern for us, we bought in a residential neighborhood, and the idea of bringing in a 3-story apartment building directly across from my house where I'm going to stare at it every day is a little bit unnerving with our 2 young children. Also, parking. As it is, it's hard to find parking in front of our house when we have family coming to visit. I would feel more comfortable if this apartment building were changed to even a 2-story building, which would alleviate some units, free up some more parking spaces. It looks like the parking is on the other end of Liberty Street. So I see a lot of these people living in the apartments, parking directly in front of our homes because it's more convenient for them to get to their into their apartments as opposed to the assigned parking spaces that they have. Same thing, we've had issues with vehicles already blocking our driveways and tax dollars stretched thin. I really feel like bringing something in like this is going to chase away families who have homes here in the area. It's definitely scary for me, and not wanting to stay in the village with a monstrosity across the street. Not to mention the flooding issues. We had 3.5 feet on our first floor in 2011, less than a year after purchasing the home. Thank you.
I have my hand up.
Oh, I don't have, yeah. How do you put your hand up? Go ahead. Go ahead, caller. Is this like Phil Donahue?
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, you sure? Okay.
Irina, you're close.
Okay, thank you. My name's Irina Rea. I sent my address via the chat for the record. I'm here tonight as a citizen of the county to register for the record my concerns regarding this proposed application by the Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services as relevant to local law number 2. Let me begin by saying that I support the development of increased housing security and accessibility for people of all socioeconomic brackets and bodily abilities, both from a personal sense of morality as well as from the practical awareness of the revenue projects like this can bring to the area. I'm an advocate for equality in this community. I'm an activist. I feel like I've got receipts there. However, there are considerations regarding this project that I believe have not been given their due diligence. Everyone here tonight knows that we live in a floodplain, and we know the devastating, all-encompassing effects of the 2011 and 2006 flood. I ask everyone listening to keep those floods and their extremely expensive aftermath in mind for my next few comments and rhetorical questions. We've been presented tonight with the potential of revenue development projects like this could bring to the area, and while they paint a pretty picture, what we have not been presented with are the potential costs to the area if these new structures are not built with future flooding in mind. Does anyone know if this potential revenue will be more or less than the cost of the aftermath of another round of unmitigated flood damages? That said, I question why we have not been presented with a hydraulic impact assessment for this new development project. Without local law number 2 in effect, there is currently no requirement that new structures be built with hydraulic excavation equivalent to water displacement in place. and developers are not required to provide a hydraulic HEC RES analysis. I find this unacceptable, and I keep asking myself why anyone would move forward on a project like this without that protection in place. My last questions are whether or not sitting decision makers are willing to gamble the homes, livelihoods, and most importantly, the actual lives of the residents and businesses who are already here. Are they willing to make this gamble based on incomplete information and a truly unscientific hope that our area will not experience disaster-level flooding in the future? We've heard tonight about the cost to developers of undertaking these assessments, but what about the cost to our community if they're not required to? I want to support projects like this, but I request that the people with the power to protect their existing citizens recognize that these future developments cannot safely move forward, cannot ethically move forward without requiring equitable flood mitigation efforts. To this effect, I request the restoration of local law number 2. Thank you for your time. I think I'm done with under 3 minutes to spare, so thank you.
Come on, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize, Irina. I was not trying to step on you.
It's okay.
What you said was very, very well said. So my name is Steve Jackson. I live at 70 Liberty Street. So I get to see out my back door the lovely site that we're all talking about. I do want to thank the developers for their time this evening and going through all the information. My concerns are just as all the other callers here. I feel like I was on Phil Donahue. That's why I said that earlier for those of you who are our age. But in all seriousness, you know, one of the things I just heard, which I'm still trying to get my mind around, is a 50-foot tall building across the street from my house. And Shanna, hello neighbor, I can't imagine you're not going to be looking at that building. That building is going to be looking at you. They're going to be looking down in our windows from 4 or 5 stories up. And I can't get my mind around that, folks. So, you know, the flooding is bad enough, but why is there a 5-story, I'm saying 5-story, 50-foot, 180-foot long building going into that block? It makes absolutely no sense to me. Townhouses, duplexes, yeah, they make perfect sense, but that's a mind boggler. You wouldn't have parking problems if you didn't put 30 or 40 units in there. And since we're talking about that, I live on the upper part of Liberty, which is a one-way street. So I have units that I rent. I have 2 units upstairs. I have one that has off-street parking, another one that requires to park on the street. So guess what? Because we're right around the corner, now that's going to be taken up by people who cannot or will not park in that building. And forgive me if there's going to be snow, because that's going to eliminate even more spots. So I'll give my 3 minutes, whatever's left, to someone else. Thank you.
So since snow has been brought up multiple times, how do you plan on removing it?
No. Well, I think we've got, basically, we would be responsible for maintaining all of our driveways and apartments. And what we try and do is design enough green space at the back of all the lots that we can push snow. So, you know, we do think a bit about how we're going to get snow and then move it. We have green space here for storage. We have snow storage here. We can get some over here. Snow that comes down here will be pushed off into this area. So we make sure, and then down here, we actually move the toters over so we can get snow pushed down.
So when you push snow, you will effectively clear every parking space so that they're not limited, so that your tenants still have their individual parking space.
Yeah.
And it won't be snowbound so that they can't get into it.
Yeah.
And I have a question regarding the same thing. So you really think you're gonna have room? If we get dumped like we did last year with 40 inches of snow in one shot, you're gonna have room to put all that, take all that snow out of the parking lot to put it out in the yards?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens when that snow melts? Are your tanks gonna be able to hold all that water?
Yes.
So you'll factor that into the tank size?
Now, if you remember, everything around it is higher. So snow isn't gonna go up. It goes back down as well.
It would be nice to see some calculations.
I think what I'm really asking is when that snow melts, your tank's gonna hold it. But if that tank fills, is that, you're gonna end up with a flooded parking lot, basically.
The system is deep enough that it never freezes. So the water exfiltrates into the underlying soil 6, 7, 8 feet in the ground. So as the water melts off the parking lots, it goes into the chambers, into that underlying sand and gravel, it goes. Just like it would if it was raining.
And I understand that, but I'm saying if you get 40 inches of snow, when that melts, is that gonna be able to handle all that without having a flooded parking lot?
Yes. Yeah, because the rainfalls that we get, obviously, I can't quote you what the ratio is between inches of snow and inches of water. But I'll look it up. I'm gonna look it up tonight. But yeah, the rainfall intensities that we get during summer months are double the size of the chamber.
So what is the design of those chambers in the parking lot? And is there a chance that they could get clogged with snow and ice and then they would no longer be permeable?
It's a drainage system, just like what's out in the village street. That's about as best I can clarify. It's collection with stormwater, manholes, drain inlets, pipes that convey the collected water to these underground systems.
So it couldn't get frozen over or snow closed?
I won't say that you would never have a problem. You could have pizza box covers up a drain, blowing around, recycling, whatever. I've seen odd things get where they don't belong, but a maintained property is gonna pick up on some of that. And these practices also have to be inspected because they're permanent stormwater management practices. There's an obligation on the part of the landowner to have it inspected annually. So.
Thank you. Mike, according to NOAA, 13 inches of snow melts down to 1 inch of rainfall.
How much? 30 to 1?
13 inches of snow equals 1 inch of rainfall. That's according to NOAA.
I just had a follow-up question on the snow removal. Since I'm from Maine, I'm very worried about snow. And I do know that to clear a lot really to get at every parking spot, all accessible to parking, you have to move the vehicles out of that parking lot. And most apartment complexes have backup lots, and if there's a snowfall, then people have to move to the backup lot for plowing. I want to know what the plan is when there's a significant snowfall. Where will all the vehicles that are from the apartment building and I guess the townhouses be parked while the lots are being cleared? So what is the plan on that? That is, remember there's 10 spots on Liberty in that block. And now we're talking 30, maybe probably more like 40 or 50 vehicles that need to find another place to park.
Well, I can say that we don't move vehicles from the snow. We do.
Well, then you're not going to be really able to clear the parking lot effectively.
No, we will. I mean, we have professional snow removal companies that's their job to remove snow from parking lots. And like I said, we manage 500 apartments. And so they're all upstate New York. They're in Ithaca and they're in Tyre and they're in Watkins Glen. And so they all get a lot of snow. So we are able to manage the snow.
Well, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence in how your snow removal plan to go. I don't know how you can effectively really clear snow without moving vehicles first. You're just going to be pushing it up against the vehicles and it's going to collect. So.
Okay, I think my mouth though.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a little stuffy being in it this long. So my name is Sarah Zabowski-Pierre. I live on Montrose Turnpike and I also work at Child Opportunities. And I want to say thank you for the presenters tonight because I think they've done a great job addressing a lot of the very valid concerns that a lot of residents have regarding this project. I understand It's a lot of change from what's there. But I think we also need to trust them that this is what they do. These are their jobs. They're engineers, they're property managers, that they do this for a living. And so they know how to manage these properties, and they've looked into these issues very clearly. And so I did just write a little something that I would like to say. And I think something that needs to be brought up is that tonight is about opportunity and building for the future. This community, just like many communities across the nation, has gone through a number of flood events. And I understand that's very traumatic. I've lived up here during 2011. I understand that. We know that flood risk is increasing. And the reality is this is the future of development. If we're going to have flooded or housing in the floodplain, which is essentially the entire village of Owego is in either the 1% flood event hazard or the 0.2%, which is formerly known as a 100-year or 500-year floodplain, this is what housing is going to have to look like. We know that this is coming, and this is a smart design by 2021 standards for what the potential future of the village could look like if we poise ourselves to allow for reinvestment in this community. And that's what this community desperately needs. It's been brought up multiple times tonight about the aging housing stock. We know that the most vulnerable are the economically disadvantaged and the elderly, which make up a large portion of the population in the village. This would give us a chance to provide stable housing during a disaster event and post-disaster. This would allow us to be a resilient community in the face of future flood events and move beyond the idea that every flood that's going to happen is a major tragedy for this community. This could be a shining example, just like many communities across the country that have learned to build up. And this is what we're going to have to do. This is what responsible flood mitigation in 2021 looks like. And I think that's something we need to look at. We need to say, have they checked all the boxes of what's required by the law? And have they done this in a responsible way? We've mentioned a lot being good stewards of the floodplain, and I think that they have proven that that's their goal.
Hello, my name is Kevin Moore. I live in Front Street in Owego, and I sent the board a letter earlier. I didn't time it for 3 minutes, so I'll just take out some of the excerpts that I think are most salient. The hazard mitigation plans that the county did in 2013 and then again in 2018 both discouraged development of housing in the floodplain, especially housing for disadvantaged citizens, either economically, physically, emotionally, or in any way, because they're going to have a hard time getting out of there. The county has said in that plan, the county intends to discourage development within vulnerable, meaning special flood hazard areas, or to encourage higher regulatory standards on the local level. Well, I'll leave it to you to see if either of those things have been done. The Appalachian Regional Commission, a monograph on municipal land use strategies for improving flood resilience, says that government has an affirmative action to prevent harm and to prevent unnecessary exposure of people and property to flood damage, direct new growth away from designated flood hazard risk areas, and to provide affordable housing in safe areas that are not prone to flooding.
Am I allowed to respond? Is it a 2-minute response?
Yeah, sure. I had something else to say, but I forgot it anyway. Well, you
So I just want to respond because I also read the hazard mitigation plan. And so an excerpt that I pulled from it was the analysis they did for housing options for displaced residents to maintain post-disaster social and economic stability. And so the village of Owego consists of roughly 1,700 acres, 841 of which are in the 1% flood hazard, 992 of which are in the 0.2% flood hazard area, which is 47 and 56% respectively. So if we want to do development only in areas that aren't in floodplain, it won't happen in the village of Owego.
And perhaps for a good reason. But the two communities that I consider most important in this discussion aren't here. There are people that will be living in the building if this comes to fruition, and they're surrounded by 6 or 8 feet of water. The other portion of the community that I'm worried about is the fire and rescue people that can have to go in there during a flood and take them out of the building. I think those two constituencies are really not represented here. And I think that they're the most that bear on my mind as important. And I'll put the mic away unless somebody wants it.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dan Brown. I'm the executive director for Rebecca. And I want to read something from the village comprehensive plan to start with. Village leadership will draw together residents from a wide range of ages and backgrounds and seek to provide the programs and support they need to achieve a high quality of life. For people with disabilities that Racker supports, I'm sure there are somewhere close to 100 that live in the community. We have a severe lack of appropriate housing for people with disabilities that are accessible. They need to be in the village because they need access to grocery stores, banks, and pharmacies, and doctors. That being outside the village is really very difficult for them because most of them do not have transportation. Yes, is there a risk, as the gentleman pointed out, that some, hopefully not more than every 20 years, there might be flooding and they can't leave for a period of time. I think that risk is very small, and the benefit that their life will have by being able to live in the village in good, accessible apartments. And for people with disabilities, this is really important. And I'm excited about this project occurring, and agree that the presenters have done a really nice job in presenting. I think the question of whether a retaining pond or these tanks are what will work, I have no idea. That's what engineers are for, and that's what the speedies permit process is.
Mine.
Mayor.
All right, Mike Peretta, mayor of the village, also resident of 245 East Temple Street. First, I ran for mayor on a platform to move Owego forward. The flood was a horrible time. Every flood's a horrible time for any community. If we can't move forward and build housing like this that's resilient to flooding, I don't know, you're going to have what's 2 blocks. I mean, I'd rather get people out of this housing than the housing down there that's 6 feet up on their first floor. I don't know what else to do. This is a zero flood. You know, these guys have done everything they can do to engineer it to not affect everybody else around. I'm an engineer. I'm glad I'm not you guys. So I'm mechanical, not civil. I don't know. As far as it being 50 foot tall, it fits the zone. The land's been zoned that way almost 20 years. I don't know what else to bring to this community that you're going to accept. Thanks.
Shanna Stevens again, just as a follow-up with that, you know, something that we're going to accept, maybe not a 3-story building across from my house. Or maybe the land bank can buy my house for fair market value. I feel like it's going to be the detriment of those of us who are still living here in Owego. Imagine looking out your window every day and seeing that when that's not the community that you moved into.
A letter that somebody sent into the board, I can just read, or you can read it.
Laura read her letter mostly. Kevin's given excerpts from his letter. Both letters will be entered into the minutes. I also have a letter that was forwarded to the board that when everybody was done speaking, I was going to enter into the minutes from Michelle Gott.
Okay, you'll read the letter out loud?
I was going to summarize it and it would be entered into the minutes.
Oh, I'll read it out loud. You're not gonna read it out loud. This is from Michelle Gatto, submitted to be entered into the record. I'm writing to you in regards to the proposed building project on East Temple Street, Liberty Street. Unfortunately, we will not be able to attend the village board meeting scheduled on Tuesday, as our daughter-in-law's grandmother passed away this weekend. Let me start by providing you with a little history. With the exception of the 4 years that my husband served in the Air Force, we have been lifelong residents of Owego. We purchased our home on Temple Street in 1989, when our son was a year and a half and our daughter was only 1 month old. In this time, we have made memories, raised our children in this home, and developed a closeness with some of our neighbors that have become like extended family to us. And as we approach a different season in our lives, this home is still making memories with our children and grandchildren visiting for Sunday dinners, holidays, and the like. In spirit of the blight that has infested our neighborhood, the crime, seemingly disregard for the working class neighborhoods in our village, we have remained, partly because if people like us leave, what will be left of our village? But some of the memories, especially those of 2006 and 2011, have caused us to reconsider staying, especially as we get older. Not to mention the fact that FEMA has been raising our flood insurance 25% each year since 2011. It is now more than our property taxes. In 2006, we had 3 feet of flooding on our first floor, and in 2011, we had 6 feet of flooding on our first floor. There are not enough adjectives to describe to you the amount of anxiety and stress that I get every time we have a hard rain. I go to the river to see how close it is to the bridge. I obsessively check the weather radar and forecast. I look at the hydraulic prediction for the Susquehanna River every few hours. If a 3-story building complex is developed in our neighborhood, in an area that has currently had a huge bowl in the back of the properties that captures a lot of the water, 2006 flood for us will now look more like a 2011 flood. And I will tell you, it was a million times more devastating for us. Not just because of the damage to the replaceable things, but the irreplaceable things. I lost all of my home videos of my children growing up in that flood, most of the photographs, and worst of all, I lost a beloved pet. He was upstairs in our bedroom with the door shut, but the force of the water raging through our home blew the door open and my cat got downstairs. This literally put me in a state of shock and despair for days that I would wish on no one. I am very pleased that the village is trying to do something to improve my neighborhood, but there has to be a better solution. It is unconscionable that it would even be considered to do something that will harm the very people who have already been through so much. And let's be honest, if it is a matter of when. If you don't believe me, just look at what happened when the Price Chopper Plaza was built. That has pushed the water further into the village, further into my neighborhood, and this proposed building project will be devastating for us. I understand that there is a local provision that is being considered to be reinstated that will mitigate the impact of flooding from new development. I am begging you to reinstate this law to offer some sort of protection for your constituents. I watched the last village board meeting online, and to quote the mayor's response to this, "You can't even build a fucking shed." Keeping it classy, I see. Do you really think that the residents care more about building a shed than taking measures to protect our homes from flooding? You have got to be kidding me. In closing, I want to share with you what I spent all day doing this Saturday. I was digitally restoring photographs for my daughter-in-law that were damaged from a flood. Family photos that included her grandmother, Christmases, shared with her, vacations, holidays, and occasions that commemorate her life. Photos of her grandmother's wedding day in hopes to give her grandfather some sort of peace and comfort. These things do not replace all of the memories, but they certainly help. They're a bridge that connect the past to the present. I just thought the correlation between what I did Saturday and the letter I write to you now noteworthy. You are in a position to make a lasting difference for generations to come, not just on infrastructure, but on something much more valuable, on people's lives. So I implore you, please do whatever you can to protect us. Reinstate the provision. Thank you and God bless. Michelle Gatto.
Can I respond to my own comment in that comment? Had we voted local law number 2 in a week ago, you wouldn't have been able to approve your shed across the street that houses a steam engine and a fire. Just a point.
But that was a technicality of the time for the DEC to review the law, not the law, to clarify. It was just a technicality of the time to review the law.
Any other comments?
Madam Chairman,
Hi, yes, can I speak?
somebody up there, I was going to ask.
Hi, yeah, this is Sarah and I live on 245 East Temple. We are not in a floodplain. We did, however, get water in our basement. It was sad. It came, a couple short months after our house burnt down. Yep, that was sad too. Things happen, things are sad. But what is sad is the housing that is down there right now. I drive by with my kids and my kids don't understand, like the houses are falling in. Why would the residents that live down there want to look at any of that? That's just sad. Why do you want to force people to live in the environments that they're living in and not let them have a better opportunity to have a better home for themselves? These, engineers do their jobs. They know what they're doing. That is their job. Like, why would you want to look at that every day? Everybody wants this village to, be great again, be the best, best village that, the coolest small town in America. And by not allowing this project to go through, we are holding ourselves back. And I want to thank everybody for their presentations tonight. And you guys did great. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Madam Chairman, I will eventually comment. I just would appreciate that anybody that's come on here that would like to speak, I'd like them to have the opportunity. And so I'd like you to address them. Come on, people, if you've got something to say, do it now. I don't know who's still left that hasn't done it, but I will wait my turn until they're.
Is there anybody online that hasn't spoken that would like to?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairman, if I could comment, I'm still here from the steamer presentation, Pat Gavin.
Hi, Pat.
First of all, you all don't get paid enough. I know that much. Thank you all for what you're doing. My wife thinks I'm crazy because I stay up and watch these meetings, including the village board meetings. I don't know that I have an answer to the discussion tonight, but I wanted to submit something that I worked on a long time ago in the Syracuse area. And this is probably a village board, county planning issue. However, I think it's related to this discussion. Syracuse started an initiative called the Syracuse Housing Initiative back in around the year 2000. And their approach to this housing dilemma that the village is facing was to provide funding and opportunity to restore existing properties, empty lots, et cetera. So as opposed to putting in a quote unquote 3-story housing complex or project, some people would call it, Syracuse took the approach where they created funding and programs where people could actually, lower income folks, middle income, could go in and actually buy and renovate houses and provide housing through that. So fast forward to, so that was started under Congressman Walsh, who was my former boss. So fast forward to today, Congressman Walsh's son is now mayor of Syracuse, and his program or his spin on it is called Resurgent, the Resurgent Housing Neighborhood. So I would just throw that out there for the mayor, the planning board. Certainly, and actually asked the developers if they're familiar with that approach and if it can be applied to this situation. I know my understanding is there's been 5 years of planning that has gone into this project. I didn't realize that, but I think as folks who have commented tonight say, is there another way or a better way to do this? I would submit there are other communities that are tackling this housing issue in different ways, and perhaps the Syracuse model that they've continued for now about 20 years may apply to this situation. I would just submit that to the board.
Somebody responding to us on
Is there anything to read out loud from the panel?
We have the 2 letters that were submitted.
So Laura has already read the letter from Michelle Gatto. Laura Young has already spoken, and a lot of what she said was what she wrote in her letter. And Kevin had written a letter and he summarized it. All 3 letters will be entered into the minutes.
I would just like to request the planning board continue this public hearing at another date. A lot of people that lived in the area are gone. You're gonna have to try to make a decision of some sort in some fashion, but I would encourage you not to do it tonight because it's been a long night. I think the first issue took a lot longer than I ever expected it to take. But you can continue the public hearing, meet another day, have people from the neighborhood come in, have an opportunity to speak, and it'll probably be less people in a shorter time. But I just think it would be a reasonably good idea because I'm not sure I could assess that there's enough information if I was on the planning board to make a decision on this tonight.
Madam Chairman?
1 second, Rusty, and that's the question.
Sure.
Just want to clarify.
So the question is, can the planning board continue the public hearing for purposes of gathering additional information, including additional public comments? If the board wishes, it may continue the public hearing and recess this meeting either to a special meeting that gets scheduled or the meeting next month if it wishes to hear from more residents or to gather more information on the project.
So are there any more public comments for tonight?
You betcha.
Oh, I forgot, Rusty, you did try to get my attention. I'm going to wait a second. Yes.
I waited patiently, just like I do at every village board meeting. I just want to make sure that everybody's done up there and that there's nobody that got left out. They got that, Ellen?
Are there any other commenters online?
Okay. I take exception with the numbers that have been given to us from this project. I take exception to the idea of how big that hole is and how much filling there has to be done. I take exception to the idea that the base flood elevation and the height of the building there will be in line with what it says that the superintendent of public works is supposed to tell us it is. I know how high the water was on my house. She knows how high the water was on her house. Chris knows how high the water was on his house. It's 8 or 9 feet up. It's not, these numbers do not fit the danger to this neighborhood. This fill does not fit. Kevin Miller and I were on the FEMA committee after the 2011 flood for 2011 and 2012. In that committee, we studied for months and months and months the flood impacts, the possible things that could be done in the village of Owego. This is the flood map for 2011. We came to certain conclusions there. one of the conclusions is that the two most vulnerable places in Owego were William Street and that neighborhood going to Armstrong and the Liberty Street Bowl. Those are the places that the water comes to. They're also the places that are the lowest. When the water comes and gets to the Liberty Street Bowl, it is lower than any place else. It can't come out, it can't, there's up in every direction, it can't get out of there. Those were the things that we worried about. We thought about ways we could mitigate Liberty Street Bowl. We said we could build a berm on the backyards of Main Street and Stackmore Lane, and that would take the water and make it not go into Liberty Street Bowl. We rejected that because that would then push the water into somebody else. Everything that could be done, we looked at many things. You don't ever want to push the water on somebody else. I love people that say not in my neighborhood. I voted to not put a berm there to save my neighborhood because it would put it on somebody else's yard. You don't do that crap. So we did that. There are places in the village that can be developed. There are places in the village that shouldn't be developed. When I was challenged that there was no other place to have this thing than this, I that day spent 1 hour and drove this entire village and found 10 places that were out of the floodplain that could be developed, but not with the monies and the size and the things that some people want to develop. There are places to develop. We have 100 units going online across the river in Owego Gardens 2. We got 100 units there for people to put residents in and handicapped and whatever. We have the entire other side of the river. I got my map here. We got the entire other side of the river. Yeah, it's not right downtown because right downtown is the floodplain. Incredible amounts of area on the other side of the river can be developed that they're not in the floodplain, that will not have these problems, that are not in the neighborhood. Yeah, they're not right downtown. So thank you. And our study was to not do anything that would possibly make a problem for that Liberty Street neighborhood. When you do intent of the mixed use high density neighborhood, in 2003, we had public hearings with Bart Fink as mayor about what we were going to do about the mixed use high density neighborhoods. And the thing that we came up with on that was we wanted mixed use high density on North Avenue, on this village map from 2018, the other dark blue is on North Avenue and Central Avenue. For whatever reason, because we possibly wanted to develop Central on the west side, it was handed that the high density mixed use district would be the line of Liberty Street. It was not intended in those discussions or from anybody else that residential neighborhood would be high density mixed use. In 2003, we decided, we who are the village and the people who are there, that this was what we wanted to develop. It's right here on this map. That was the thing for those kinds of buildings, those kind of uses, and high density is supposed to be retail and generally retail with residential on top. So this idea, when you have to determine intent, it was not the intent of the founders to have the residential area of Liberty Street in this. So I'm done because my time is up and I've got 4 hours with this stuff to do. And the only thing I have to tell you is flood, 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 flood. That's the deal here. Flood on those neighbors. Size, 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 neighborhood, 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 neighborhood. Those are the factors on this. We can make our house, and we will. Thanks for listening.
Yes, Laura.
Hello. I'm not against the housing or the project. I appreciate how the stormwater prevention methods are built into it and all the empty chambers and crawl spaces below and the flood vents, and those are all required for building projects like this anyway. But what you're saying is that it'll have a net zero impact. But what I would like is for you to demonstrate that with the study, the hydraulic study, the HEC-RAS. And all that is a computer program that was designed by the Army Corps of Engineers. It models, the RAS is the river analysis systems. Okay, so yeah, so it's you send in your project and they have the modeling of the river and all the floodwater channels, the velocities, and it shows what the impact would be. And with that knowledge of what the hydraulic analysis shows, we can see whether or not it would have floodwater damage on the surrounding properties and determine if compensatory storage would be required for a project to not have a negative impact. And the way we can do that is just by having that hydraulic study sent to the village, prepared by the Housing Services. And that way we can trust by having the actual documentation that there will be no negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. It's simple that way, that our community can be protected and we can have the housing built in the correct way to protect our neighborhoods, and everybody can win that way. And I do think that that's simple to ask. Okay, that's the building and planning and zoning boards have all the documentation available to make sure that they can make the proper decision, especially when they're filling out the seeker information. This board is required to have all that information to determine whether you will have, whether this project and the determination you're making on this project will have an impact on the surrounding neighborhood. And if you don't have that information from the hydraulic study, you aren't doing your job, due diligence for the village. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Can I just take this off? I'm not tech savvy. My name's Sarah. I live over on Fulton Street, and I have a couple of just comments. I wonder what the cost to the village is regarding the police presence over on Temple Street. I know that that's been brought up several times by many residents. I didn't know if anybody is aware of what the cost is to have police presence there. It sounds like it's pretty consistent. The other question I have for people in this room is, how many of you have tried to move within the last 2 years and actually looked for an apartment in the village of Owego because you don't have public transportation? Anybody? No? Okay. I was helping a family and they were looking for housing and they needed a first floor apartment because the gentleman couldn't walk upstairs. There are no apartments in Owego. And when he looked outside of the village of Owego, which is where he wanted to stay because of his friends and family and support, he had to look beyond. He had to look into Broome County, and he had to be on a waiting list for over 6 months to get some housing because he couldn't walk up some stairs, and there were no private landlords that were willing to rent to him. Does anybody know what the fair market rate is for a single bedroom apartment? Anybody?
About 900 a month.
About 900 a month. Yeah. When you look at the rent in the village of Owego, and you look at what apartments are available, I look on Facebook Marketplace and lists every other day, and on Craigslist, there's nothing on Craigslist in the village of Owego. There's like 2 apartments. There's some apartments at Ivy Gardens that started about $750 for a 1-bedroom. And there are some like the jailhouse apartments, which start at $950 for a single bedroom. I can't afford that. I work full time and I can't afford that.
So what you're saying is it's fine not to have housing available to families, and hey, go look elsewhere. And when you rent, because you work at Lockheed Martin and you rent in Johnson City and you buy a house in Johnson City, that's what we're setting up our future for. And I get the flood mitigation questions and I get the concerns. I was here for the 2011 flood. I had to take a generator to my brother's house in a canoe and bring formula for his new son because they couldn't get out of their house. I understand that, but I also think the bigger picture here is, yeah, flooding is going to happen. Like Sarah said, flooding is going to happen. And what I do on my property, yeah, I think I should absolutely be a good neighbor and be considerate of what's happening. But when there's massive floods like 2011, guess what? We're all in that boat. And those people who are looking for housing, yeah, I wish you would have compassion for them and to understand that, yeah, a flood's something to be considerate of, but having a place to live, to raise your kids is more important than having to worry about a flood. I know that sounds biased, but until you've had to think about living out of your car, when you have to think about, oh, I might have to live in another county because I can't be near my family who's the only support I have, I would like those things to be considered aside from flood damage, because that's damage you can't account for. Those are family members you can't get back. Those are supports you cannot find in other places. Thank you.
I can tell you this, before the flood, 2011, you could rent a full house in the village of Owego for $600 a month. The flood hit, the landlords weren't given any money from FEMA and had to do all the repairs out of their own pocket. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna jack their rents up to get their money back. And that's why you've got all the high rents in the village now. You know? And the ones that aren't high rent are the properties like the ones on Temple Street that weren't taken care of.
And speaking as somebody who does EMS in this town, I've been in those properties and they are squalor. People should not live like that. It's not right. And the amount of money they're paying to live like that is horrific. So.
But then you move on to this project, you have to consider the people that are living around there too. Yeah, what's there is crap, but then do you really want to live next to a 3-story building? I mean, I know I won't.
Does it have to be 3 stories? I was gonna say, in all honesty, all right, so I'm just gonna put it out there. I like this project on many levels. Okay? I love the townhouses. The thing that I don't really like the most out of the project is the 3-story apartment. 2-story, I think I could have really loved the 3-story. I understand why people are looking at it the way that they are. That being said, this project fits every code. They have done everything that they can do to try and mitigate flood damage for our neighbors. You can't ask them to do more than what they've done. And while I may not love the idea of a 3-story apartment, we need housing in this village. And we need housing that people can walk to a store when they can't drive, when they're disabled. And this also provides that. So being totally honest, there are aspects of this project I don't love. But there are aspects of this project I see that we need as a village. So that's where I stand.
Madam Chairperson, I would like to take advantage of the meeting rules to have an additional 2 minutes of time to have a quick further comment.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. One of the things we do is this either or. You can't find two people that don't want to tear down those slums. The land bank is going to tear down the slums. We keep talking about, oh, look at those slums, we don't want them. We're not going to have them. The slums are gone. They're going down. Goodbye slums. Goodbye squalor. Goodbye blight. Good thing. The people that live in that neighborhood, the way that the village board understood this stuff, in my opinion, others can speak for themselves, was that way back when we talked about potentially developing this, it would be single-family homes to market it to people that didn't have a home, Fannie Mae, good prices, taxed at regular tax stuff. I addressed the financialness of this because we're actually not really supposed to do that in here. I'll do that at some other venue, address the financial implications of this and how much money we're going to get for taxes, et cetera, et cetera. That's not really the planning board or our at this venue's decision making. We have other places. I just said we got 100 units going online, but no, somebody wants to live downtown. Well, I know you want to live downtown. Sometimes you can't live downtown. There are other places that can be developed. Depot Street can be developed. There are places that are in the flood zone that aren't as vulnerable as this goal. This is the worst place. There are other places still in the flood zone in Owego that are not nearly as bad as this place. This is not the place for this thing. Got plenty more. Read you the code, read you the thing. I hope that some of the planning board members will take advantage to read the county's studies on what needs to be here. Thanks for listening to me. Green space would be better than this. Nothing would be better than this.
I'm assuming we do. We closed the public hearing, but basically take up the environment. Because, I mean, or do we have to keep the public hearing open?
That's kind of what the board should decide. I think my recommendation would be that we're holding off on the environmental because there's going to be more material submitted. That it might be wise to hold off on closing the public hearing. I don't know exactly what the nature of the materials are.
Material from the public.
From the public, or if the applicant is going to submit any additional material. That's really a question for the board to decide if they feel they have gotten enough feedback from the public at this point, or if they would like to entertain more feedback from the public, or gather some more information through some other avenue.
Don't know how you feel. I think we listened to everybody, we heard their concerns.
Well, I'm concerned that not everybody got to speak their piece because they had to leave early. But then again, it's the same thing as coming up over and over. So it's the same, really, nothing's changing. So is it?
I think if we continue, it's just going to be the same thing over and over again.
We're not going to hear anything.
We're not going to.
Could we just say anyone who didn't get to speak is free to write a letter that we would receive? So we'll let them be heard to us.
Anyone is free to write a letter at any time. So, all right, so at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing at 11:03 p.m.
And then the request was to wait on the environmental review. Wait on the environmental review so we can't move forward on the site plan or the variance piece.
So I want to be very clear about this. Are you, as the applicant, asking us to table this and wait on an environmental review?
Well, I mean, it seems pretty late, and I'm feeling like, yeah, it would probably be better for everyone if we took it up at a regular meeting. I mean, it'd be great if we scheduled a special meeting, but if we don't typically do that, if we took it up at a meeting when we're all fresh we're gonna look at it sort of from the legal perspective of, what is, what does the board have to go through in terms of secret? And I'm feeling like at this point to do that, it's pretty late. So,
Would it be possible for next meeting, what I really want to see is the way, Mike Kosh showed his fill plan. He had a cross-sectional image and he showed, this is all the fill, this is where it's going, this is the compaction. And none of that is in this plan. So it makes it very difficult to assess without that information. So if you could provide the estimate for the fill, and if you could provide, cross-sections through various locations, it's quite a lot of property, and an estimate of all the fill, I think that would be very helpful for us.
So cross sections, cut fill analysis, stormwater calcs, or information system.
And then you say you have a letter regarding
the lack of the effective model for head grass.
And is there any workaround for that? Is there any other way in the absence of that? I don't know the answer.
Well, I alluded earlier that it's a significant exercise. It's a community-based exercise.
Maybe we can talk about that
If
next time.
there's, frankly, I think some of the representatives at the EDC level who we started with and found themselves passed off down ultimately to Washington might be useful for outside of this to understand what is missing. What should we?
What is the time frame you would need to gather all these documents?
2 weeks. Is this, you thinking about a different meeting night?
is there anything else? The HECRES is not going to be able to be done. It's out of our hands. I can't say that enough. And I know we cannot do a HECRES. There is not the information. So with that understanding, is there anything else other than the list? Because we want to make sure we get you everything that we need for the next meeting. Is there anything else that any of the board is interested in?
And is there any way to look at velocities, or you can't without that?
I won't pretend to have an answer for you.
Okay. I mean, I completely acknowledge that you guys are trying to do the best that you can.
Yeah.
In a challenging situation, I'm just trying to figure out this way to stretch it and pull it and try to get it to give us more information.
If I could ask one thing of folks in the neighborhood, if I were to come down and understand where your flood waters were as you reported them, would that be okay? You're asking me? And I'm asking anybody who on Liberty Street, you mentioned that some people had marked where the waters were, and I would be very interested in trying to correlate that because there were concerns or questions about the validity of the numbers that we're using.
Especially if the issue is how tall our first floor is, and to make sure that the people living there aren't in any danger.
You just need Scott as to shoot notifications. I mean, yeah.
We want to make sure that we've tried to set the first floor at a level that's safe.
And on that note, the question came up earlier about coordination of that maximum flood elevation with Superintendent of Public Works. Is that something that you would like to have officially from Jeff?
Yes.
Either
I think
an
it would
official
be,
statement that he understands what I'm doing, or that he doesn't have
the way I
knowledge
understand
base to go with.
the codes that I read.
Yeah.
Is that you could say, all right, I'm gonna do it at this level, but he could look at you and say, no, you gotta do it at this level. So to make sure
Dotting your i's.
everybody's
Yeah.
on the same page
I think
as
you-
far as the
I think you
height
can bring
level.
forth where we set the elevation and how we got there using science is available to anybody in this room. If there's a need for that kind of official response, then I'll go after it, if that's what the board needs.
I think we feel better about
Okay. Did I get any takers on voluntary coming down and look at elevations?
Well, I'm gonna kind of put Rusty on the, I guess, throw him under the bus is the best way I can put it. Rusty, you live there, you seem to know your neighbors and know their elevations and they know where their water was. Would you be able to facilitate helping him to understand where those water levels were with your neighbors?
Madam Chairperson, are you recognizing me for the floor?
Yes.
If anybody's watched me for 50 years in meetings, I try never to speak. I try to speak over anybody. I try never, and you notice that tonight, I try to ask for permission. I try to ask for the floor. So when this gentleman is asking me something, go through her, because she's the one that runs this meeting. So that's what I appreciate. Good. I'm be amenable to trying to show where the various water levels were on the houses. It's higher than you think. And it's higher than BFE stuff gives you the general idea of. So, but that doesn't make it better for you. That makes it harder for you and worse for you. But depending on that. I would try to get some of the neighbors to accommodate on that. Chris would certainly, well, he kind of told you already, but yeah, we try and help you with that. Thank you. Nobody wants to hide that. Nobody wants to hide any of that. You ground truth, I appreciate that. You messed up, you let me speak. Bad move. Bad move.
I mess up. I want to facilitate
Yes,
a
you did.
solution to a problem.
I know you did, but it's kind of like in a courtroom, you got to be careful. The many members of the village board are not pleased with the way this process has worked, and we have not been let in on almost any of this as anything went along. When you started up today, you said, and in the meetings we've had with the village, you haven't had any meetings. You've never come to the village board ever. No one's come to the village board ever. We're not pleased at how we've been shut out of this whole process for this whole time. And the taxpayers, and I talk to a bunch of them all the time, are not pleased. We're not pleased with how this thing all came about. Shouldn't let me talk. I'm done.
Okay. That being said, per the request of the developer, we will table our site plan review. We will table our variance recommendations for this project. And
Does the board want to schedule a special meeting or try and schedule a special meeting, or do they want to wait till next regularly scheduled planning board meeting?
What's the urgency? Is there urgency or?
There's urgency in the sense of how quickly do you want to move forward in addressing the applicant said that it would take approximately 2 weeks to get the materials to us. I think maybe another week as a buffer would make sense at the least, so somewhere around 3 weeks out, just to make sure that, there's time to gather the information if he has to go out.
If you go 3 weeks out, wait another week, it's our regular scheduled meeting date, which would be the 26th of next month.
are you comfortable with that?
It's fine with us.
Okay, so then we will table this until our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is by my calendar, Tuesday, October 26th. And Trudy, is 7 okay for you, or, because I know we usually meet at 7:30.
No, 7's fine.
Okay. I make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody good with it? Adjourned at 11:15. Thank you.